powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
The challenges I faced, there are a lot, but the one that really hurts me in my heart is I lost my dad. I lost my dad when I was about to complete JHS, and life from there was not easy for me. My father's family were those people who were very rich. As my father got, like when my father died, they started turning their back at us. They didn't even look at us. My father was having one or two properties, but they took all. We didn't have anything. The first day my mom saw me on stage on Day Trash, she called me, "Hello Ali." Then we go to Pemba. And do you know the most interesting part of this?
Wait, what's the way you go to Pemba?
They were calling me Honorable Ponching too much. Hey, Pusum Piyong. I was like, hey, Ali pa, fine boy, and I'm see.
Sir, Shamima say she'll agree to marry you, but then no, she won't have sex with you until marriage. Would you allow that?
Question we are not them.
Are you a virgin?
Sano, me yare kakra. I say, "Buona, what do na? Fever, I say, go home for." Look at the old nay. If I don't call Papa or 20 do on one of my Japan. And a mamma, I'm a mayem. Other man, young or didn't you?
Me who Joe was says me war na me no.
Okay.
Na me hia da. Ena me hu no eni so ade hu. Se ukunu nie.
Me nya be 23 more, 22 more. No, na me share school na se.
Okay.
From class 6. Nya me de sa. And I draw. But we want to me both hands. We want to me sa back on so me team draw fast.
Always I appreciate it because how can someone paint with his mouth like M1?
When I am saying India, as I'm Katab him say, me do quite one. No, quite. Or quite no cotton in him, sir. I don't perceive anyone. Buy one eye, yes, soon. Yes, I say, be a skiska. I shall say two coin your copisca. I can't tell me the any nine a veggie. Says that I may say, and Jimmy, the Amity by and you'll be so discovered back. Now I'll tell nobody who's a veggie one and you.
Asha 4, Sir Opesa Uhu Crime Check Foundation, ye and Jumedia ye di a brain na. Koya YouTube channel, Crime Check TV GH. Subscribe, mommy.
So subscribe via me a domaneso. Send a video via the betu via ubehu. Medamasi.
21st clinic say eba sciatica no every usisi mu konoa wo to ase ho no ntina fa usrem ekosi wo na ase ho no ebo betimi atutu ama wo ankasa wo hu ba bia enye enti 21st clinic wo mu na ye sciatica expert e wo Ghana ha wo mu de bibiduro so ho bibiduro ankasa ene besa o yade no masa de machine aka ho yade bibiduro ka ho ne asa de wato machine so ya san ye o massage bi ye wi a herbal treatment ye de awono ama ho ye sciatica 21st clinic na ye expert a wo tu ase Ghana ha ba bia wo mo ho enkran domi market wo ho heavy do dan ni mo ho ena kuma senso ahia udu session so wo mo na nie dwabo so wo mo ho sunyane ni wenchi ni ba bia nkranza 0540 311 311 0540-311-311. There's a 21st clinic. Woman is sciatica expert.
You are here for the Crime Check Foundation. You sign Abamonchen BM. You media. You turn it say health check series na charity series. You media. You be boa enipa be pray. Yeah, yare. You name yare. Ehon empempen. So ene yare ama nipa pi na sebe o. Ayama no nene mono. Kawe yare a we the hospital enya fe na obi su aka seseke ne honte no aha yare a mani papi abrabo ayebasa pi so na wan afa so ahwere won kwa na yenua ba yenyina yenimu no a ye friend no eye memuna yenua ba yenyina yenim asem a eto no Saudi eman mu emra okopi bibi na wode abeboa na busuafo ofie na the pabonini bi ekoto acid na odigu bi so na iti anye ye acid yi ebegu ye sister yi enim essay no ho nyinara ya rehosema yɛde tu dwama Ghana for pii esu yɛn kɔ yɛkyi kakra ebi ana fe na wo hwɛ yɛn ana saa asɛmi wante da na watie kakra.
Mehwene no edra na jwa mitumi ho me fise nipa bia hwene no eya ekwan da ho ba me de no acid no ase ni ti esi nti ya me da enwura me da saa wo se na ma bobrim na ma asori prekope tumi ho me bre pa sike bi obi apese odi ma me no ofanfa crime check àwọn ọmọ bi fake account ni mi din no me sere mu de mo hwɛ se dia miti mamu fa mi din ana me yare ndidi me sere mu.
Etiefo, Yen Crime Check Foundation, Yadja Black Lens di. Black Lens man tiye ewo camera handling any video editing. Ene sa esufufo yi bi eye ejuma ema Crime Check Foundation. Any baby bebre. Na wo hu se de omo si handle camera. Na omo ye video editing na wo hu se Black Lens Media omo chere ade yie. Enti kan ho na wo so call Black Lens for office. Na kofa form na wo so kofa sa nim de yi bi.
I had a vision to be a musician one day. But now editing na ewo me mo park assessing bia. There will be 1 year question me this is session.
I graduated from Takrade College for about 10 years now, but me heavy money. Maybe I will be kwa or crap me say we me kwa ba hwehwe ma me. We did say entity ya yes akan. Enya fe no bi ba be kram say yensu ye kwa. Yensu so ye be kram krofo. No mo so mo say yenya yes awo.
Black Lens entity ye papa fie.
Black Lens Ventures, they are the best.
Enwachi ye sister yi eba fie oba ye Crime Check Foundation ni adofo boa ne bebre odi kan ye first surgery ama adofo adaroma yetimi ekoboa no emra oda Kolebu Teaching Hospital ye ne surgery na ye ne surgery ni wie no ye gina ne nchen idimreka ko ho ekosra no se de mo hwe yi na msese nyame adom ye areho ane kana na ontimi nkonipa mu no kakra inu abai said the muhuni no ahofe no ba na eba a ye kasai enche bia okoye sejira etoso biemu na baby aka wonani a doctor fo pese won ye adwuma wo ho no won etimi aya oba kan say the mai anya tintin ye bekoso na ene na twetwe enkomo kakra me mu na etisen
na pacho
uni ha uchese we de onse ha o uchese mi hu baby kra anka mi hu
Sano
bieka yeda seda emanyame na waye se won kan se hwan hell se Brazilian hell se ye to Italian hell ni nyina yeda seda ebe manyankopon na sese no ebe bi ye be sra na wontimi home kra sese ye tesen
oh ise dem timi home fine
na ebe bi ye twam se na wo moma so nyina nye
na nya kra
na me hwe wani ma timi so wo moma so aye hyen kama Nisha say ye koba kakra na sese no doctor for eden na won kan baby kakra ka won show boso won be ya ma ono betimi abone to fama yin ho
pacho yo mati dami da sepan me ko Kolebu ende iti omo ka chere mi say emi aduma 2 weeks time on me release me nose no me uplift no na many change hono na so mo release na asa hwene ne betse ne ho esi asa ente ne ho ye eno no mo ye ma mi o me twen kakra na scars ni 90 and o ma mi face masks any silicone with asa plaster bi na me betale so ma scars ni na very smooth
oh nto mo ade adbetare so ama bibia is smooth eche se wasa ba wodedem me adaroma na enu echi no senete wo ba ye du ba bia wo ba wo ka mu a otetete kwa ho ne ade
no mo ya ye mi se jene die ose mi kata me nim se ya mi du kwa ho a na okohi no kata ne nim sa I don't pese be hu ne nim ana nsem bebre esa no ma mi pese me kasa esa no ma esa mante na me ko ba se ade me share this marks they say na me share space na me ko
bia say dey nyina share nose mask
and then we do hospital crowd doctors they say I don't know
share nose mask ni hwa dey
omo susu say ebe healing say cry fine
edanyame ase etiefo enti yenu aba o she nose mask yi na ye she ne o ba kra wadanfo woni mu no ana woni mu ho so a she nose mask a why kra wo hu she nose mask a wo hu say memuna ene si he aha enti we dey emfanto aso say ya yo enti I said okay I just say kama wo show nose mask na wo kwa I just say obi mpo hu say wa
baby me nose mask ne we nyama na so no me hu say
wa
because mama ne so no semi skin graft no we no e be da ne semi skin ti no
ye da nyame ase
ba ha na so mu twara inside ko ye ejuma ni na say scars na ya kese ho no
okay
so mama me nyama
yo what's me by Ghana popi ene de sika de mpai bo ekuku bebre nyame adom yenso ye de nokre sika ye tua anyi sika ketwa they say surgery san akoye no eno ye twen say doctor beka se bra o chena anabra ye o chena chi na no so ya san kwa kutua say sika no e de amount na akoba ne say ya seda ene ye ma ye kasa no nya tenten e de na pese o ka che Ghana fo a ena mo so ene unamo a utimi pagya oti na eye won a won tretre won sa ehwe wo ene nyame adaroma wo de sa ya wo ni nyina ato achi e de na wo ka a kire wo
ye di kan me da se da mama nyame so me second chance a me da so me tiase ne to so mienu so we yu ama me a anka me hu anka omu ni na me hu omu omo bo mi nanka me ko hu omu wo he ba me be hu na o ji ni awa tu ne na ma omu so omu hu mi a omu bo mi mu awe ti da me se nyame shop a e bia me pa ya me bo ma onu oni kwatenten ya me so me ka finfin ti me to aso bio ti nyame ma kwatenten ni ahun de bi
Minuanom mati asem dey enne se ope asase ana edan ato a mansun biara eni ho a eno ane ejare real estate na sa ejare real estate won wo kasoa ofanko baabia aban akosi senior high school ni high court fefefe no wo firi ho pe na ura ejare real estate asai ti ani jesemiye anwea ene ebo a wo de besi dan no ebi wo ejare real estate fo na de san ma eye ahomeka ene se wo to asase na ejare real estate wo betwa so fe edi amaw edi odin aye pillars edi ese ho land guard asemo de eno de emamu kura na san tie ani jesema san wo ho bi me ensu a wo de besi wo dan no eye free na document asemo de eye tatahwe wo to wasase anase wo dan a na ye de ahye wonsa eti kan ho na frɛ ejare real estate na ansa anyawo
ede asem na beka kire eye Ghana for mu tu kwan called Gulf region Saudi Arabia Oman Kuwait ensem ayete na yare ho emso betena ha ye nyakọ every Saudi Arabia ema 41 omugu deportation center omu kam ese aban emform mrefie wo de wakọ hu bi wo ba yen so a wan fa sempa sebe ene baaye ede asem na wo ka kire Ghana for mu tie
ya me ka kire Ghana for mu tie especially mbai wana yesisu no no say say bia eskiska dia se be say tu kwan ni ko peska akwanchen mu de nye ni na na be gie say na mi say anjeme dia me di baaye ni obi so diska beba na wa otu no be de hu se be ji wa na enje te be ya sa hapo kakra na obenya onya asem onko she be bi te se awo pese oba okromu ntimi mba scanning so awo benya bebre bia na odi beba timdere America ni say omuntina hayi a mo muntu kwan di keke okodu e bia haji obenya ya na no pe na ya faso bia e beba so ma odi aka ni na faso bia mba mmini krofo bebre mi anti se awaka ho timi ba bi because when this guy so bank of best say wa ko share ho san
fa hwe ama de sapan aba
tuition is say crowd it's now han pona uniska faso oso timi dem strong ni na kwan tu be gie
yo
tebe ayet
na before say mo akwa mi ni san crofo tv san eye era o to acid ego si mo say friend say Salome yete say ya che no e wo prison or so da prison ana ye no
Mr. say corona ne bae no so be bebre nti mi de mi ni Baby say you know. Ba you na nkom ko hwe egu ni so no. Ono na me ti say yes wa ba Ghana. Ba mini me bi o.
Yo. Eti for say dem kan na ye ma ya semanya tenti ye because so the updates abremo afa ye yinu aba memuna ye ne segira etosu bi ma wo kwa akoye. Eye ko a emu edu e se oye segira ni bebre. Till say nyame adom say de no tie no abeye sa pepepe. Na say ne hompo ebeye fe achen sede na otie na ye bekoso asre say obia wo pesa wo san boy sister na osi ne dadam sede ye nyina ye hwehwe no e kwan da ebeda obia oma beboa no through Crime Check Foundation ye stress nyankopon onhyira mo baby a munya sika ne free ye bia na ye sister wo timi sere nyame enhyira mo ti asene nyankopon ma ho kwan ya ebesane aba mo nchindi
ye osika ye mfamu ati asifo na obia ni mwawie ya wati saya wadaja ye nyama ati asifo na obia ni mdachi ase unipa wa wanti na chi asem diaka yoni ni nyami ntemu asem iti sawo buwe bia bwa mine bwa mi womra meti asi ye wosika ye mfamu ati asifo na sabodi antumi nyani awufo ya wadaja ye nyama ati asifo na ye nyansi esa ye na daje we yasi misoni pe yamwa
we see that you compete with the cars when they are passing, you run after them. First of all, don't you think you are endangering your lives running after the cars?
No, because that's what we do for our daily bread. That's what we do to get our daily bread. We've not gone to school. Our parents do not have money to send us to school. So some of us here, we are school dropouts. Some of us too, we are educated, but we don't have anybody to help us to complete our education. So this is what we do for a living. At least if you come here a day, from morning till evening, you will get what you eat.
Okay. All right. So for how many years have you been selling here?
As for me, let's say 2 years now.
Okay. Now, have any of your colleagues here been knocked down by a vehicle before?
No. The problem we have here is we don't have canopies to sit under it. Okay. So when the sun is scorching, it's because scorching us. We don't have street lights here. The passengers, when they buy and our money is inside the car, when we ask the driver to stop, the driver will not stop. Some of the passengers, they'll be taking our money away. That is our problem. So you have to talk to the drivers so that if somebody buy and your money is inside the car, the driver has to stop so that you collect your money. Calling on the authorities to come and help us. Here we don't have private here. Maybe a passenger is in a vehicle, maybe his stomach is paining him, so he wants to visit the toilet. Okay. We don't have any place here. In someone's private toilet that you're going, you pay 1 CD in a day. So we need.
Na yamanu so ya bra no muso sa be American nti sa nyamanu kwa de ya pa nti ya be me particular me imagine tell me say ya wo obi man so nti say na ya vote ma wona o mu ye so a good vote so ya so ya person ko vote wo ya kurom na esa population wo ya kurom a o mu ko ya ni ma pe bia mo nti so mi ni ya boy ya wo ma pa
ni vote tu kura met de droit de kamienti akubaro ba wumi
sana ya.
O kan de boy de bia. Omo de yesi kan so ko de bia. Ebi oro bi pese ota de driver no onjina. Ebe pa cho onjina na pass na ni yesi ka ko. Ade no so ye no so fa de no ntu o. Ode be ko ni yesi ka ko tu so fo se se wo ba ju sika. Kel fo ba na boy. Ti kan de boy de bia. O ha ye wo mu wa ha ni se. Ebi ti se first na 5 star say ye 2 cities. So ma 25. Sa say 3 cities. Sa na so mu tum. It is a passengers you do and I catch almost say, almost in a year. Now, so at the Maya, it's a slab by the say. The money you know, cost room. Yes, son is someone in Bra from Gacas and I walk off an autonomous talk. Of your market and surpriseness or Jad upon our jar to an account to call. Waboka, it's a brapa abandoned boy.
Oh, can it there? Call your super town when you have bet national fire. I thought the Binsua, a fire sick. I thought the business and yesterday is a cat in the boy. The higher one, your brother have slow yes, not to my fiancé. Yes, how happens, I have buying them boy. I am saying you might be. I do not wait yet, and yet they have a boy attaching. So to go a friend with the buying him wire pa. I wish I had a was a sort of your womb, say we are born to your womb. Your brother are serious.
Alright.
So you don't go a market to check for you mobile out about you. So Petuma Maya. And now a hair of Petuma Piments, I bet I to say, oh boy, it's a Sibina, Musumundina Mufaya Bibia. You say, bet me at the boy on lady, Tom Bibia, I bet me a jay. I buy at the market, Kai
Charlie, if today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, don't forget to share with your friends. So guys, I am currently at the country kitchen and it's going to be my first time here. Guys, I'm hungry. You can tell from my stomach. Accommodate me. A girl is hungry. So I'm here with my friend. I'll introduce her to you later. She's called Baba. We're about to have a good meal here, have a good lunch, and guys, you know you always come along. I always bring you along, and so you're coming along with me. We're going to have a good meal. I also hear it's very affordable, and so yeah, you're coming with me on this one. So let's go. So before that, say hello to my friend Baba. Hi Baba. Are you excited?
Very, and I'm hungry. I'm famished.
So guys, let's go.
You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go.
So Baba has already started. Thank you. Why are you jealous of my meal? So guys, I mean, I had a good meal here, and I'm fortunate to have met the owner of the place. She's called Auntie Beatrice. Everyone say hello to Auntie Beatrice. Hello, mommy.
Hi, everybody.
So, mommy, how are you doing?
I'm good, by God's grace.
Oh, we just had a meal here, and the meal was amazing. How long has this place been in existence?
Kitchen has been in existence for the past 33 years.
33 years?
Yes.
Wow. Wow.
Since 1987.
Wow. And how has it been so far?
Well, so far it's been very good. Everything we've got, we've retained our clients because we always make sure that the taste of our food, the quality, we maintain it for the past 33 years.
Wow.
And we have people that are eating here every day. If they are in Accra, that is their eating place.
Yes. And this place is going to be my new spot. This is my first time here, and I love it already. So she had banku, I had jollof, and the goat meat was really tasty. Yes, it was very nice. Apart from banku and jollof, is there any other meal you serve here?
Yeah, we serve fufu with various kinds of soups. We have green soup, we have granola soup with goat meat, mango soup. We have a special dry fish soup, which is number one on the menu.
I can't wait. When? Weekends or when is it served?
We serve dry fish every day.
Every day?
And we have special appearance on Thursday.
Aish.
We have wache, tasty, lovely wache. I think you have kakule and kakule and beans.
You've tried the kakule and beans?
No, but I wanted to until I saw the banku tilapia, which I love.
And we have palava sauce also with apesi, yam, body, and apim.
Okay.
And we have fried plantain and beans, which is also one of our hot meals here.
Yeah, wow.
Yes. Then we do continental as well as Chinese. A little bit of continental and Chinese. You can have your tasty fried rice and chicken or with fish, shredded beef, shredded chicken with all the green peppers and all the stuffing, which is very tasty.
Nice. See, this is not something I usually do, You know how I like food. The jollof and the goat was really good. I like the tenderness of the goat and the spicy. It was good. How was your banku?
My banku was nice. It was soft. The tilapia was huge and it was well spiced.
So, mommy, please, do you also do weddings and other?
Yeah, we cater for events.
Yeah.
Engagements, weddings, funerals, whatever. It doesn't matter the number we are able. Even if it's outside of Accra, we'll come as far as to the Volta region, to the Ashanti region, and we'll give you good service, good food, good service, and we're always on time.
Thank you so much, mommy, for speaking with me.
You're welcome.
You don't get to. Sometimes you don't get the opportunity to speak to people, the owners of the place. When they go, they're like, oh, they're not interested, but you came in all out to speak with us. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome, and I hope to see you often.
Oh, definitely. And is there anything you want to say to anyone watching this video?
Yes, to everybody watching out there, Country Kitchen is the kitchen that is in the country.
I can tell.
We are open to everybody, foreigners, Ghanaians, and if you are in Accra, we are located at the Second Ringway Estate, opposite the Ken University Guest House. Make Country Kitchen your home, your place of eating tasty Ghanaian cuisine.
Wow.
We'd love to see you. Everybody watching this video, the next day or now, make Country Kitchen your eating place.
Definitely. Guys, you heard it from mommy herself. Me, I'm already full. Next time you have to come and enjoy what I just had. So, and yeah, it's very affordable. I'll share the prices below. So, and I'll share her details in the description below. So don't forget, come to Country Kitchen. You know I always give you the you know that. So guys, since I came with Baba, let's talk about the food. We can't talk about the food inside so that mommy will hear, or everyone, we have to come outside, you understand? So let's talk about the meal. I had jollof and goat stew. And you had?
I ate banku and tilapia.
Yes.
With pineapple juice and ginger.
How was the meal?
Well, the meal was nice. The banku was soft. You should have seen my tilapia, guys.
See, guys, and you know, they all know that I'm a banku person. I like to eat banku a lot. But today of all days,
she didn't.
I didn't.
She didn't. She opted for something different. But I took banku.
Yeah, and the banku was shredded.
Trust me, they didn't disappoint.
And the jollof was good. So guys, if you are Nigerian, if you are Senegalese, if you are Liberian, and you want to enjoy the better Ghana jollof, please come here. Come to Country Kitchen. I'll recommend, because the jollof was good. The
jollof and goat's meat.
The goat's meat, yeah. The goat's meat too was very, very nice. Well fried, it was spicy, and I think that's how I like my goat. So I mean, it came out perfectly well. And I had Alvaro is Alvaro, so yeah.
You can't go wrong with Alvaro.
So will you recommend this place for anyone watching the video?
Definitely. If you're someone who loves home cooked meals, this is a place for you, because trust me, the place is homey. The food was on point.
And I realized a lot of people kept walking in. So for people to be coming in and out, you should know there's something good here.
People kept on ordering. You could see them.
Delivery guys, yes. So yeah, I mean, even if you are home and you want to order,
there's a place.
Don't stress, just call. Country Kitchen, the food is very affordable. So yeah, guys, this brings us to the end of this video. Until next time on my YouTube channel, tell them to subscribe,
like, subscribe, comment, and share.
Until next time on my next video. Bye.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV. It's another exciting edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. I am Na Oyokote, and I'm pleased to bring to you a refreshing update of business news that made headlines during the week, as well as an exclusive interview. Now, the United Nations has warned that at the current levels, the Earth is likely to be awash with 12 billion tons of plastic garbage in the middle of the century. According to the world body, up to 5 trillion of grocery bags are used each year, and just like any plastic garbage, barely any is recycled. But Ghanaian entrepreneur Nelson Boateng, king on going green, is doing amazing stuff with plastic waste and using plastic waste for value. My colleague Desmond Frimpong has more.
The disposal of plastic waste is a highly visible global problem. From the highest mountains to the deepest ocean trenches, plastic waste seems to be inescapable, and even in natural conditions, it seems to be indestructible. But day in, day out, people release plastic waste into the system on a very large scale. This has led to a consensus of people believing that plastics are not sustainable materials. Yes, they may be a problem, an enormous one indeed, but do they necessarily have to be? Well, Nelson Boateng thinks otherwise, because he's turning plastic waste into sustainable buildings. Let's meet him. Mr. Nelson, I'm really mesmerized by your activities, because it looks like you're using one stone to kill two birds, in the sense that you are solving Ghana's sanitation problem and also giving accommodation to people. How did the story even begin?
So, NOPLAST started by
recycling plastic waste, that's the pure water sachet only, pelletize them and sell it to those into polybag manufacturing. That very year, that's 2013, we brought in our own polybag manufacturing, a polybag machines to produce the polybag ourselves. But 2015, 2016, where the government was putting threat on polybag manufacturing companies, that they are going to ban the polybag manufacturing bags. We decided that we have to look or turn to a business that is more sustainable, a business that we will not hear our names on the radio that we are big contributors of this cause, that's polluting the environment, it causes flood and other things. So that's how come we started with the plastic recycling, by turning all kinds of plastic. Now it's not pure water sachet, but all kinds of plastic waste into building materials like the paving block, Lego bricks, etc.
So then you started with the making of manufacturing of plastic itself and you're selling to the general public, but then because of threat of probably a shutdown, maybe because the government is staying on limiting the usage or controlling the plastic waste in Ghana, you decided to have a paradigm shift into what you are doing now?
Yes. And also, like, we feel bad anytime they mention plastic is causing pollution in the environment, also causing flood. Living things are dying when they eat them, like the fish, what's the name? The goat and other animals, they eat them and they get choked and die. So we also feel bad that we are a big contributor to this problem.
Exactly. You're feeling bad, you're a big contributor to pollution, but how did this story even start? What was the inspiration?
Looking at plastic being a problem, a global issue, and the fact that people have this perception about plastic, that plastic is bad, let's ban it. Meanwhile, we are not thinking about what we did to come by this problem. We have plastic problem. We also have housing problem. We have school problem. For us, because we've been in the industry for a very long time, we know what plastic can do. We have to put in research together and come up with a product that will go out not to pollute, but also to solve another problem. That's the paving block and the Lego bricks that we use in building houses. That is how come we introduce that.
So did you formally train for this?
I've been in the plastic industry for a very long time. At the age of 30, I started working already. So I have this experience in plastic recycling extruders.
Okay, so how's the reception been so far, especially when you had to quit doing plastic and to going after plastic to do what you're doing now?
The journey is very tough. Yeah, it's very, very tough. Like, you are into manufacturing of polybag, which brings in money more. Now, in Ghana, we don't really cherish green businesses, especially at the banks. When you go in as a new company, they want to see your financials for 3 years before they can even assist you. So the journey is tough. I wouldn't say it's easy. It's very tough.
So, and also being in the plastic business for a long period of time, as you said, for 13 years, how easy has it been for you to even source your raw materials for your production?
We have over 300 collectors, and they have the capacity to take about 20,000 kilos of plastic waste from the environment. But the problem here is us. We can't recycle all of them. That is the problem, because when they get the 20,000, we can only do 3,000 kilos daily. The rest, we have to tell them to take it back, or we stop them for months from bringing the plastic waste.
I'm just curious, so do you just go about looking for plastics and pick them up and come and treat them and turn them into what you use them for?
The collectors bring them, okay. If it's just sand, we can use them because we need sand in our product to make it fire resistant. If there are food debris or other foreign materials apart from the sand, we need to wash them out before we process them to the product.
And before we came here, we went to your plants, your company where things run, and we saw a lot of plastic waste. I don't know if I'm right to call them plastic waste being there. One thing that I'm also glad about when people start doing their own business is the fact that they are also helping other people have jobs. Are you able to touch on that for us?
Like I said earlier on, we have created job over 300. That's the waste pickers, and then direct. First, we were 63 direct workers employed. Yeah.
So let's just dovetail into how your production is done. Are you able to walk us through how your production is done?
So the collected plastics being brought to the factory, we crush them and wash them if necessary. Then we semi-dry them. We mix 30% of the plastic with 70% sand. Okay. Then if the customer requires colors, then we put the pigment in. That's the colors, we call them pigment. We mix them together, then we feed them to the extruder. It will pass through 3 heating zones. Then the final product will come out as paste-like form. It will be scaled for us to have a uniform tile size, then put in a mold with a cooling system. Then we press it under hydraulic press. It takes about 30 seconds to 1 minute to eject one product, depending on the size and the thickness.
Okay. So in a regular day, how many are you able to produce?
In full capacity, we should be doing 800 to 1,500, depending on the size. Okay. It depends on the size of bricks that we are producing.
Okay. So then it's just bricks you are making?
Bricks. Okay. Bricks, yes.
Are you able to also talk about it? Because I'm sure people are watching, then they would want to even know how much these things cost, especially when you're using plastic. They may want to compare how much it will cost using plastic and then the other alternatives that we have.
Our products are over 30% cheaper than the concrete or traditional building material that we have. Like this house, it will be sold for 60,000 Ghana cedis. Yeah. So with price-wise, plastic products are cheaper and stronger. Not because the price is low, means the product is inferior. It's very strong. We had the strength test from GSA and Ghana Highway Authority, which proves that the product is stronger than the normal concrete building that we have. According to research, plastic takes over 500 years to start degrading. So is the product, because the product is just made up of plastic and sand is 1,000 years forever. But the plastic will take 500 years to start degrading. So is the product. Now, when we talk about earthquake and what will happen to the bricks, every rigid wall, like the concrete walls that we have, is very stiff, right? Rigid. When there's a crack, when there's a shake under the earth, sometimes we can't feel it. It will crack. We'll see cracks on the wall because it's very rigid. These bricks are laid without cement. They have the ability to expand and contract when there's shakes from the earth. So these bricks that we are seeing here, there wouldn't be crack. Water or salt doesn't have effect on it. It will reduce your yearly maintenance, and it's very durable. It lasts for a lifetime.
So we live in a country that a lot of us are used to concrete, probably cement and things like that. And since this is somewhat new, there may be certain fears. Talk about durability, talk about being able to withstand certain weather conditions in a country, especially heat and plastic. How different is plastic for building from the other alternatives that we already enjoy?
Okay, so the product is not made up of 100% plastics. It's just 30% plastic and 70% sand. The sand serves as a fire retardant, the product. Like the way people are thinking is plastic. When there's fire, what will happen? It will catch flames. No. It will burn very, very slow as our traditional concrete block because the sand content is more. Second, when we talk about heat, the bricks are designed in such a way that there's a groove in between, like in the middle of the brick, that will not allow the heat from outside to penetrate and also maintain the temperature of the inner part of the brick. That's inside where we are now. And it's been stuffed with fiber. And the finishing is made up of POP. We all know POP cement cannot burn. So it's 2 in 1. So this product wouldn't burn as to what people are thinking or the perception people have over plastic when there's fire.
Okay.
Yeah.
So really then this home is made up out of?
It's made up of 13,400 kilos of plastic waste.
Oh, nice.
From our gutters and beaches.
From our gutters and beaches.
Yeah.
Okay. Very impressive. So then I believe you are into mass scale production now. What are some of the reactions that you get from your patrons?
They like the product not because it's cheaper, but because of the durability. Yeah, that is the feedback we're having from them. Not because the price is cheap, that's why they are running for it. Because it's stronger. And it's a product that when you buy or when you purchase, you are saving the environment. Because the more you purchase, the more I need to get the workers to get the plastic from the environment and produce more.
So then simply put, you just make the bricks and then you sell to people who want to make buildings, and that's it. So you don't make the homes or the house, or it's a package that if another person, someone wants to, you offer?
Yes, for now, when you have your land, we'll come and build for you, they will charge you according to the size of the room. Yes, according to, because some want their rooms to be bigger, with every room WC installed. So it depends the size that you bring to us.
Well, interesting is getting, I saw a couple of videos and now I am here with a man telling me what really the deal is. We are going to go for a quick break, and when we are back, we'll explore some more.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back from that short break, and we're still here with Mr. Nelson Boateng, the owner of Nail Plus Ghana. Mr. Nelson, I'm curious, how has patronage been in terms of, let me just put it this way, where are you getting your patrons from? Is it all local? Do we have people international wanting to patronize your product?
Okay, so for now, we have our customers. Look, none of them are from outside.
Okay. And then I was reading your bio, and it looks like you've chugged a lot of successes, and then it has come with a lot of awards. Are you able to walk us through some of them?
The first award that we had is from GUBA, that's Ghana UK-based achievement. We also have one from Green Environment. So many of them. Yeah, we have so many awards.
Okay. Because I'm asking all these questions because sometimes, you may have a very good idea, and all these things catapult you to letting people know you. But let's talk about capital. How easy has it been for you to even access it, for you to expand?
It's very difficult. Like I said, in my early explanations, green businesses in Ghana are suffering. If you want to go green, then you really need to prepare yourself that this is what I'm going to face, because the honest truth is, it's not easy to go green in Ghana because of the support is not enough to scale you where you want to be.
So then how did you do it?
Perseverance. I can't give up. Where I've reached, I can't go back again. Okay. That I want to start another. Plastic, I work in the plastic industry for a very long time. At the age of 13, all I know is plastics, and I love it, and that's what I want to do, to save the environment.
So then it's out of personal funds or probably donor support, family support. That's the kind of question I'm asking.
Okay, so I have family support. I have some little grants. Like I said, but the grant is not pushing us where we want to be, what we want to achieve. We want the ordinary Ghanaians to also own a house, and that requires a very huge sum of funds to be pumped in. Yeah, so.
But what's your comment on Ghana's housing deficit? That it looks like you are in a way helping us to close the gap. What's your comment on it?
Like what I've seen is we have a problem called plastics pollution in Ghana. We have a problem, schools under trees. We have a problem, housing deficit. We have a problem of unemployment. We can use one of them, that's the plastic waste, to solve the other 3 problems that we have. The plastic that is giving us problem can solve another problem. So what I would say is, if the government want to fight plastics, this is the way to go. By adopting this technology, at least some of the paving contracts that they have, they can give it cheap in neoplast to do the walkways, because the more we have these projects, the more the plastic from our environment will be disappearing to, or will be turning to another product that wouldn't go out to pollute again. We will have unemployment reduced, our housing deficit will be reduced, schools under trees will be eliminated. So that is what I believe, if the government take a second look at, it will really help the country.
Okay. Have you got any words for other entrepreneurs who may be watching you and then maybe taking inspiration from your feat so far?
What I would say is, if you really want something, even if it will kill you, as long as it will benefit humanity, you should do it. Because heavens, I believe, once you are thinking about humanity, heavens will be on your side, and you will achieve your goal.
Okay, before I go, why do you think plastic is the future? I mean, currently we are saying it as a big problem, but why do you think that? Well, we can redirect our thoughts to believing that it's the future. Why do you think so?
What I would say is, the plastic is not a problem. We are the problem, because people have the perception that plastic is polluting the environment. Ask yourself, the plastic, they never fly from the factory or stores to the street or the beaches or the drainage. We carry them there. Our attitude is what we need to work on. People say, let's replace plastic with paper. Do you know the number of trees that will be cut if we are to go in for paper? And even the process of producing a paper, the water you waste, if the paper got rotten on the ground, the poisonous chemical that is being released to the earth, you have no idea. If we change to paper, because we have the same attitude in us, that attitude will be transferred to the paper. So what we need to change is our attitude of disposal. That is what I can say.
Mr. Nelson, thank you so much for talking to us. Well, I am very much enlightened about how plastics are actually being transformed into greater stuff that now it's been transformed to concrete material that we used to build, and in a way also helping us reduce our housing deficits in the country. My name is Desmond Frimpong, and thank you so much for watching.
Interesting interview right there, but our friend Jefferson Seniaja is on standby to help us with some useful internet tools.
Welcome back to Tech Bits. My name is Jefferson Seniaja. This week we're going to go on our final series of iPhone tricks. And in our final series, we're going to learn something different. Something that will help us get things done easily. Shortcuts, maybe? Let's give it a try. Back on our iPhone. Now, ever wondered why you spent so much time on your phone and wondered why and which apps are causing you to spend so much time on your phone? Now, Apple has a great feature called Screen Time. Screen Time it's an application or a setting in iPhone that allows you to see how much time you have spent on each application or per category, whether it's entertainment, whether it's business, whether it's mail. Apple has a great feature called Screen Time. Now, all we just need to do is go back to our settings again and we search for Screen Time. Screen Time is right on the settings page. So it's called Screen Time. And under Screen Time, it says Jefferson's iPhone, and the first thing you're going to see is it shows that this week alone, today is a Tuesday, so this week alone I have spent 6 hours 41 minutes. 6 hours 41 minutes on my phone, and it shows everything in terms of breakdown, downtime, app limits. You can add limits on how long you can even spend on an app. You can even set communication limits, how long that. And what normally happens is that when you reach a particular limit, it just sends you a screen and even can cut you off depending on how much you can you've set for a specific application. You can easily turn that settings off, by the way. But screen time is a great tool to have. There's even a breakdown of day to day which apps you're using. Like I mentioned earlier on, which apps you're using per minute. So great, you can even put it in terms of category and see, okay, I'm spending so much time on social media, I'm spending so much time on entertainment, creativity, productivity, and even travel. So you can just break it all the way down. Clearly, I'm spending so much time on my WhatsApp and After Music app. So this is a great tool to have. It's already on the app. It comes automatically with the new iOS versions, and I encourage you to see what it is, even by day or by week, which you can tell is 6 hours. So today I have spent 3 hours 41 minutes on my phone working, hopefully. Thank you. So that's it for this week. Thank you so much for your time. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
I hope you learned a thing or two with your smartphone. But we move straight to biz headlines for the week. And our first story is a close government source has indicated that the new Development Bank of Ghana is expected to begin operations with a seed capital of $1 billion. This amount is expected to come from the government, its development partners, and other secondary donor institutions. From all indications, the new development bank is going to be a wholesale bank that will raise long-term funds for capital market players and other banks. It aims at helping direct credit to areas that private investors may not want to venture into due to their risky nature. The initial agreement was that the government of Ghana will contribute an equity capital of $250 million. Also, the World Bank agreed to contribute $250 million. Out of the $250 million from the World Bank, a portion is expected to be used to make all the necessary arrangements for the DBG to fully commence. Now, the Ghana Revenue Authority on Thursday, May 20, 2021, closed down 7 oil marketing companies in Accra for failing to pay their taxes. These 7 include Santol Limited, Great Petroleum, Life Petroleum, Sawis Petroleum, Deleman and Co Limited, Petra Energy, and Sonidom Limited. According to the GRA's Chief Revenue Officer at the Debt Management Unit, Nathaniel Ni Okaintete, attempts made for owners of these affected companies, to pay their petroleum taxes to the GRA proved futile, hence they closed down.
For those that we are working on, and we started somewhere during the week, we started with Santol Limited. Santol Limited, that is owing 57,398 Ghana cedis, 141 Ghana cedis, 90 pesos. Then we have Great Petroleum, that is owing 253,969 Ghana cedis. Sawis Petroleum is owing Ghana Revenue Authority and the government 5,122,387 Ghana cedis, 20 pesos. And we have Sonidom, where we are now. Sonidom is owing 862,702 Ghana cedis, 13 pesos. For now, these are the oil marketing companies that are owing. That we are working on them in Accra. The warrant gives us the permission, and it allows us, wherever we should find an asset belonging to any of these oil marketing companies, to attach them. So we will be continuing in Accra. We'll be following you wherever you are.
Our next news headline is on mobile money. And Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia has disclosed that the total value of mobile money transactions for 2020 was 569 billion Ghana cedi. According to him, the introduction of the service and its interoperability feature has rendered Ghana one of the fastest growing mobile money markets in Africa. Speaking at the 5th Ghana CEO Summit held on Monday, May 17, the Vice President touted the mobile money service as one that has assisted many to own electronic accounts like that of a bank account.
Because of mobile money interoperability, bank accounts or mobile money accounts are essentially functioning like bank accounts. The data shows that Ghana currently is the fastest growing mobile money market in Africa, and the total value of mobile money transactions in 2020 during this pandemic was 569 billion Ghana cedis. That's about $100 billion in 2020. It's just mind-boggling, right? Mobile money transactions in 1 year, because of interoperability, have reached $100 billion.
Now to the oil and gas sector. The Institute for Energy Securities says ENI Ghana Exploration and Production Limited and Springfield E&P must, with immediate effect, see through signing their unitization and unit operating agreement to complete the unitization of the Afina and Sankofa fields as directed by the government of Ghana. Now, according to the organization, available data in the first quarter of 2021 shows that unitization of the two entities working in Ghana's petroleum fields may well be one of the many responses to the possible stranded hydrocarbon assets from the global energy transition, and will, in the end, attract investment into the upstream petroleum sector from the coming green revolution. In a release copied to GhanaWeb, the IES noted the shift in global investments towards green energy and solutions, hence the urgent need for ENI and Springfield to drill out Ghana's crude while there is still demand. Still on the oil and gas sector, the Tama oil refinery is on the verge of total collapse due to an array of debts owed to some utility service providers in the country. Key among them is the Ghana Water Company Limited, which has cut water supply to the refinery for close to 1 month due to its inability to pay accumulated water bills amounting to 4 million Ghana cedis as at March 2021. Our independent investigations into the woes of TOR reveal that currently the company relies on its 11,200 cubic meters capacity water reservoir for its operation. Water is a key component in petroleum refinery, and its unavailability could pose a huge challenge to TOR's operations. On our final story, the Ghana Bankers Association has disclosed ongoing discussions with stakeholders to allow the Ghana card to be recognized as the primary identification document for financial transactions in the sector. According to the Chief Executive Officer of the association, John Ewa, a third-party provider, along with the National Identification Authority, will ensure the rollout of the system in the coming weeks. The National Identification Card is coming on stream, and in the background, we are working with the National Identification Authority and the third-party provider of that system to ensure that we can have a parallel system where over the coming weeks, you will hear that you can go to a bank with your national ID card and you can be positively identified. That is John Ewa, the Chief Executive of the association. That's it for this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. But log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media pages. We are the Ghana Web on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Thanks for sticking with us.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Government of Nigeria has directed a ministerial delegation to Ghana to resolve the lingering conflicts between the Nigerian traders and the authorities. So today we took to the streets of Accra to find out from some Nigerians what they expect from this dialogue.
First of all, lock up shops. They didn't lock Nigeria for their shop. One, what they lock their shop is Biafrans. Because a lot of Yoruba men, they are there doing business, their shop is open. Hausa men, they are there doing business. Only Igbos, they lock their shop. So when they say Nigeria, that means it's like Yoruba is not included, Hausa too is not included. Only Igbos, that is Biafrans, that is the people that lock their shop. So when the people say government, unless the people that will come here come and talk, put mouth inside that matter, unless they say Biafrans, it's not Nigerian. When they are coming here, they are coming to collect bribe and go back. We know them for a long time. Corruption started from Nigeria. The whole world knows. So when they come here, they are coming to collect bribe. When they collect their bribe, they go. If they lie, make them come here 7 times in a day, nothing will be solved. Honestly speaking. So these people that is coming here, I don't know. They're not coming here to do anything. I just coming here to see Ghana Dubai because I saw first show it in the TV. Ghana Dubai. When they come, they video themselves. They see, you know, say every time you kid used to talk Ghana Nyash, Ghana big Nyash. All of them they are coming. When they come here, stay like 3 days now. We hear a lot of women that are pregnant in Ghana. So they should stop them to not come here. When they come here, including you are laughing. When you come here, hold your mic well. And they tell you. When they come here now, they are coming to pregnant everybody. When they're pregnant, they go their way. What's good for that country? Just to condemn that country. Spoil their name. Green, white, green. In your life, have you seen any country that have that flag? Green, white, green. To show you say their mind, it's not equal. See where they go put black for center, white for center. Now black for supposed to they're red the other side. And that red here to show you say they are very wicked and devilish. Then they come put fire. Fire for center. Because every day fire they burn for that country. Bloodshed, blood now everywhere.
For me, I didn't expect much from them because I thought that they will do some meeting for a year. I think last year for them to open the shops, but they didn't do anything. So for Nigeria government to come into Ghana and do these things, I'm not sure that they will open it. I'm not too sure about it.
I think for them making that it's a very good idea because at least Nigeria them that they are over here to them they are helping. And Ghana and Nigeria are very good. They are in very good relationship. So if that thing will go on for that relationship to take place, still be pending, I think it's a good thing. So it's not bad. And all of us will be grateful that we, the Nigerians and the Ghanaians, we are going to be equal because one blood and one flesh. There's nobody within us that the person is from Europe, and Africa is Africa. So all of us we are friends. So it's a very good idea.
I won't blame Ghanaian. I won't blame them here because it was what Buhari told them. They said it's because of the prison that they broke in Edo State. I know everything's lie. They're just trying to frustrate we Nigerians here. You understand? So I don't know because Buhari is Fulani. He's not Nigerian. I don't know how he become president. Well, nobody voted for him. He used power to be on that seat. You understand? So we are just praying for him to move from that place, so that we will have freedom. It's like we are fighting for freedom. You can imagine. Nigeria is like the king of Africa, the best country in the Africa, giant of Africa. Like it's just like we are suffering. It's not good. It's not good. Sometimes you see some Nigeria, they'll be crying, shedding tears. No, shedding tears. You'll just sit down, be shedding tears because of thinking. How can a graduate, undergraduate, come to this country, be suffering, doing mates, perambulating, going around, even to eat food is difficult. He's begging. I've seen a lot of them. When you go to that Vienna city, graduate, I know them, most of them, they are graduates, but they are begging, 5 cedi, 2 cedi, how to eat, how to feed themselves. But it's not good. It's not good. If it's like that, it's a good thing, though. It's very, very, very good. You know, if it's going to be like that, we are happy. We are happy. Because sometimes we are hearing a lot of rumor. This thing, all this thing, we are hearing a lot of rumor. You understand? They will always say it, but it doesn't happen. But if it happens like this, that they are sending people, we'll be happy. I won't lie to you, we'll be happy. It's a good thing to us. We Nigerians.
Well, some Nigerians are actually hopeful that this dialogue would actually be fruitful. Until next time, my name is Vicky Soa, My Nigeria TV.
The challenges I faced, there are a lot, but the one that really hurts me in my heart is I lost my dad. I lost my dad when I was about to complete JHS, and life from there was not easy for me. My father's family were those people who were very rich. As my father got, like when my father died, they started turning their back at us. They didn't even look at us. My father was having one or two properties, but they took all. They took all. We didn't have anything. The first day my mom saw me on stage on Day Trash, she called me, "Hello Ali." Then we go to Pemba. And do you know the most interesting part of this?
Wait, what's the way to Pemba?
They were calling me Honorable Ponching, too much. Hey, Pusum Pyong. I was like, hey, Ali, fine boy, and I'm going to see.
Sir, Shamima say she will agree to marry you, but then no, she won't have sex with you until marriage. Would you allow that?
Question we are not them.
Are you a virgin?
Sano, me yare kakra. I say, "Ubu na wado na fever ne." I say, "Go home for." Look at the ne. If I don't call Papa or Tonto and do one on one of my Japan. And a mamma, I'm a mayem. Other man, young or dim you.
Me who Joe was says him or Nami Nimino. Okay. Nami Shanada. Anna, me who no, and it's ready. The Ukuni.
The Yabe 23 more, 22 more. No, I'm share school. I say,
okay.
From classes. I'm the Messa. And I draw. But we want to both fast. We want to use me back on so many draw fast.
Always, I appreciate it because how can someone paint with his mouth like M1?
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Asante Kotoko and Accra House of Folk leads the Ghana Premier League table after match day 25. But two of their players have stood out so far in the season. Fabio Gama and Ibrahim Salifu are regarded as one of the top talents in the ongoing season. But who is the best among these two players? We are on the streets of Medina to interact with football fans on this very topic. Is Gama better than Ibrahim Salifu? Let me know what you think in the comment section. My name is Joel Leshen, and we go on the street to get some answers. Alright, so I have my first guest here on the show. It is Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV between Ibrahim Salifu of Accra House of Folk and Fabio Gama dos Santos. Who is the better midfielder and who has been the best in the ongoing Ghana Premier League after match day 25? Don't forget, Asante Kotoko leads the table with 45 points, followed by Accra House of Folk on 43 points. Thanks for joining me here on GhanaWeb TV. Your name?
My name is Henry Bafo.
Henry Bafo.
Yeah.
I have another gentleman here. Your name?
Yeah, I'll go for PRS.
Okay. So between Fabio Gama and Ibrahim Salifu, briefly, who is the best?
I think Fabio Gama is the best. And I'm also a Kotoko fan.
You're a Kotoko fan?
Yeah.
All right, so let me proceed to the other gentleman here. He is going for Fabio Gama. Who do you think is the better among these two players?
Ibrahim Salifu.
Ibrahim Salifu.
Yes.
Why do you think that Salifu is better?
I like Salifu because he's a hard player. He play like Messi.
Okay.
And no matter how he sacrifice himself for the football.
Okay.
So normally how he even perform with this is not easy. So you can't compare a foreigner to a Ghanaian.
You can't compare.
You can't.
Okay, but have you watched Fabio Gama too?
Fabio Gama, I watch him, but like just like I'm not his fan, so I didn't focus on him.
Okay, so is it that you are going for Salifu because you support House of Folk, or generally you think that?
Exactly, I'm going for Ibrahim Salifu, and I support House of Folk too.
Okay, I'll get back to you shortly. All right, so you've heard from his arguments between Salifu. Initially, you said that Gama is better than him.
Of
Why
course.
do you think that?
I think he's the best. And then first of all, we all know that when we talk of Brazilian players, they are good. I mean, come talk of Ronaldo, and then we talk about Pele. They are Brazilian players, and you can't compare. I mean, he's the best. Look at the way he dribbles, and then he's good. He's a good team player, so he's the best. I mean, come think of it. And then we are also, first on the Premier League table, so you can't compare first. Fabio Gama is the best, okay, my guy.
My last question.
All right.
Salifu has won 7 Man of the Match awards.
Okay.
And Fabio Gama is here to has won roughly 3 to 4.
Yeah.
Why do you still insist that Gama is better? Is it because he's a Brazilian and the other is a Ghanaian?
You know, at times it's kind of like life comes with so many opportunities, and then the kind of team players that you have. If you look at Ibrahim Salifu, the kind of team players that he has, and then like the players that he has, if Fabio Gama should get the same squad, he's going to get more awards, more than what Ibrahim Salifu has gotten now.
So you are saying that House of Folk has better players than Asante Kotoko?
No, I'm trying to say that Ibrahim Salifu is likely to have good team squad as compared to the team that Fabio Gama has. If he should get the same squad or team players at his side, he's going to get more awards than Ibrahim Salifu. So I'm just trying to say that looking at the team players that Fabio Gama is having, they are not all that kind of trying to help him go far. Do you get it? Yeah.
All right, so let me take your last word to anybody who also supports Ibrahim Salifu. Why should people support Salifu to probably be the best player in the league at the expense of Fabio Gama dos Santos?
Okay, you say Ibrahim Salifu. I like him because normally, you see Ghana here, majority of supporters, they normally support player but not team. Because a player, if the player performs from one place to another, they like it. They like it than the team. Because now, I was a Kotoko fan. But because of Ibrahim Salifu, I just moved from Kotoko to House of Folk. Because he's a highly performant man.
All right, so that's interesting. You have a Kotoko fan here who now supports the Rainbow Club because of Ibrahim Salifu. We are on the streets of Medina to interact with football fans on this topic. Let me also hear from you, but we will go on and speak to other football fans. club that they support. Between Gama and Ibrahim Salifu, they normally call him Di Maria, who is the better player and who has been the best in the ongoing Ghana Premier League. Boss, welcome to GhanaWeb TV.
Oh, thank you.
Between Ibrahim Salifu and Fabio Gama, why Nimbo, briefly?
Oh, boss, Fabio Gama is better than Ibrahim Salifu.
Fabio Gama is better than Ibrahim Salifu. Yeah. Okay, let me speak to you. I know you are a Kotoko fan, but between these two guys, why Nimbo?
Oh, you're banning ball. Say you're ball, you're born to form. You come out Fabio Gama.
You come out Fabio Gama.
Yes.
I didn't know you come out Fabio Gama.
Because the style of playing and the way you see touch ball, the possessing and different. Ultimately, one way different. Ball now, cause one ball now. So you know, ball me out to one style of play different. The passes go through, and the way you see dribble and easy. Okay. You can't ball there.
Okay. But what Ibrahim Salifu kakra?
Machine ball kakra.
It's a wash and still. And yet, say support Kotoko.
Oh,
would you say on Gama?
Me, and yet, Obeka Sebia, Miakoto Fantina, make Kabia Fabio Gama, Bentessa. But I say, oh, me compare Omuna a difference room. Okay. Difference room.
Okay. My Messabas, but my Mimisa say Fabio Ibrahim Salifu, Wajim man of the match, I was no, Wajim 7. On any Ghana Premier League player, Waji do dropa. Still, I didn't know say Fabio Gama any Bocha and now Ofi Brazil.
Oh, boss, yes, sir. Salifun ma onimbobo. Salifun maka onimbobo. By Gama no jibwa. The touches be ne pass bia like what the man. Ghana Premier League near new player be crap pass bua Gama be man. Oh, Hekotoko ni Liberty. Assist be or Yama Kwampu Kushayan. Sabo na Gama and pass no Mayan. Salifu no way good when in Bobo bet Gama, the touches, the passes were fantastic.
But what's actually has a Kimfesa Ibrahim Salifu, the passing or the Mama has the chef first goal.
Oh, the goal no near come, the assist near come, but Gama and the touches, the passes. I know that American Salifu no all do a good when in Bobo may help matches has match. When in Bobo Bagama no, the was be jibbo my pass a train. Oh, Jinako took a tunima, which must say like a near Makoya and Casa.
It's Antebia has in Kotoko, Babo, I think ending on the next month. Kotoko, move to my hand, Ibrahim Salif.
Oh, a bit to me, a bit to my hand, a bit to me, Kotoko men, a bit to me.
Mammy, say has for her. Then I will catch on Fabio Gama.
Me catch on say, Omoya she or boy no. Boy no SMS no. Who get a boy no name. Into Omoya, some Omoya trainer. And I saw Omo ye, Omoko Chinimo tactics on back, check Kotoko for the Omo focus of Fabio Gama. And yes, I'll find there. Boy no, obey my boy.
All right, so we've been speaking to these two guys. They are fans of Asante Kotoko, and to them, there is no way that you can say that Ibrahim Salifu, they normally call Di Maria, is better than Fabio Gama dos Santos, and they are sending a warning to Accra House of Folk ahead of the super clash in the Ghana Premier League. What do you also think? Is Gama better than Salifu? Remember, Salifu has won 7 Man of the Match award. You're still watching GhanaWeb TV, and we are on the streets of Medina to interact with football fans on this very topic. So I have my last guest here on the show. You're still watching the GhanaWeb Fridays debate here on GhanaWeb TV. Is Fabio Gama better than Ibrahim Salifu of Accra House of Folk? Yeah, I have a Kotoko fan here, and this gentleman also supports Accra House of Folk. Never say die until the bones are rotten. Let me start with you. Between Fabio Gama of Asante Kotoko and Ibrahim Salifu, they normally call Di Maria, who is the best? Why any Nimbo Power?
Di Maria. Any Fabio Gama. Oh, say Di Maria the no or old player or new ball. Into the Kanka or so no or new local player. Into will be on ball bossing. Look Fabio Gama.
Fabio Gama foreign player no.
Brazil player.
Into no more in Bochen. Ibrahim Salifu.
Oh, and I had this Ibrahim Salifu baby. I had this in the
past. Okay, my member also Ose Fabio Gama is a better player than Ibrahim Salifu. And then I also work.
No, I don't think so. Maybe them work and say Ibrahim Yade pa.
Ibrahim Yade.
Yeah, so far so good. We share the ball, we will see every ball no. The team so Yade. Although a local player, bet I think say you can make it.
But why do you think that Ibrahim Salifu is better than Fabio Gama?
You know, a lot. You know, the way he gives passes, the way he dashes, you know, a lot. Seriously, I just like the player. I like him very, very much. And I think we're far better than him, that Di Maria, seriously.
Okay, let me also come to you. I'll say Di Maria, any ball chamber is far better than Fabio Gama. Why do you think that Gama is better than Di Maria?
Oh, you draw a ball, but you say Fabio Gama, or no, your check passes man. Would you have free? Would me train players to be a 4, no check passes? Or a prayer or there in 20 minutes prayer being metoto no Emma say Fabio Gama on ball when I'm not in Kotoko league, you know. Okay. And I'm not Kotoko league in 20 minutes other prayer being metoto no. I'm a crown and my mother say, Uncle already sent a crown Magana, send Gomogana blaster crank and a crown because I didn't already send you. I can already send Magana.
Inti ye players now what black star no Fabio Gama kwa obetu hwan
oh obetimi atu friend say sa he prayer we say friend o dey emfa say woni ye say won frɛ Baba Roman saman
so no a defender
so won frɛ prayer we say you live prayer
free aqua na mbu aqua sa
oh free aqua o ya de free aqua ya
okay mama mi so Fabio Gama who say your friend of Black Stars
that be not at all one wait me to know no who say na fan who player wait me to know no what I say that be there's no way say wait me na Black Star ball and there make can supi Black Star players no you po Biafra you be free has am na there akwakobo what I say because league in there you say you bet you know once and for all and no matter how say we say kunuma in there bet you bet me there push forward am you players ni be free house at the Black Star
before say you be segment we in has were 43 points or the second Kotoko L 45 at the first has if you are there be has to folk they have a chance to be on top of the league and sign a Kotoko Bebo Wafa on Saturday. What's your prediction ahead of your game with Techiman 11 Wonders on Friday?
On Friday, I think House of Folk going 3-1.
Has been 3-1.
Exactly 3-1.
Okay,
that's my prediction.
Okay. Also, would you say you Bebo Magic 26 you know na Kotoko? That's so
that's the first one. First in the better on the league, you know.
In Mobesha Wafa.
The Besha Wafa, the Besha 3-1. Besha 3-1, you know, House of Folk, and you say. We will be shot Kotoko. No, the Agili in the among function because Shawafa. They are called 48 points because we only the only decision you are taking in and say we points we taking in and to be shot Kotoko. You know match no. Some match no one crowd in here we to say Kotoko match no. Into no only so to be share there. And then you train baby Kotoko Agili in every.
All right, so you've heard what these two gentlemen have to say about Fabio Gama dos Santos and Ibrahim Salifu. You can also join the conversation by writing your comments right after watching the video. They also predicted for their respective teams ahead of the match day 26 games. I am Joel Eshen, and you've been watching the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. We come on your screens again next week with the Champions League preview.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. You are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Let me begin by expressing my profound gratitude to the Chief Executives Network Ghana Limited for organizing this 5th CEO Summit in partnership with Deloitte, the GIPC, and the State Interest and Governance Authority, SIGA. I wish to also thank the organizers for extending an invitation to me to deliver the keynote speech on the theme, Digital Transformation, Powering Business and Government Reset for a Post-Pandemic Economic Resilience, a private sector dialogue. Indeed, the organizers could not have chosen a more suitable theme for this summit for this year, 2021. Putting the spotlight on how digital transformation can unlock Ghana's economic potential in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic is a worthy conversation to have now. Let me further express my appreciation to the Chief Executives Network Ghana Limited and other sponsors for organizing this annual event for the past 6 years with the objective of continuing to provide a platform to give business leaders and policymakers the opportunity to engage on issues affecting businesses and the economy in the age of digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, building a resilient economy has been the focus of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government since January 2017, when we first came into office. When we came into office, we immediately set ourselves to work. In the area of technology, I invited a number of companies, including fintechs and startups to join me to Silicon Valley. We engaged a number of IT solutions companies, experimenting with innovative ideas, doing research into different areas of applications from agriculture to medicine, in the delivery of financial services, and in machine learning or artificial intelligence. On our return, I invited these companies back to the Jubilee House and charged them to help provide solutions to our development bottlenecks and promised them our fullest support in any area of application, especially in 3 areas: how to improve the business environment, how to address government administrative bottlenecks in service delivery to households and to the business sectors, and how to formalize the economy. In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic raged the world and severely affected all aspects of our lives. The pandemic undoubtedly affected businesses and economies globally, leading to immeasurable losses in various sectors. Key drivers of economic growth suffered. Business slowdown and disruptions in global supply chains and trade threatened financial markets and the financial system as a whole. The reverse multiplier effects and the imperatives to save lives put public finances at risk. Many governments prioritized lives over the economy. Soon, not only were we confronted with the challenge of social disruptions, but also the challenge of saving the economy so that we can continue to provide needed savings to households and businesses. A large number of businesses were forced to shut down totally, and others had to operate significantly reduced capacities. Ghanaian businesses were also significantly affected in diverse ways, creating high levels of uncertainty and a plunge in business confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, the world in the year 2021 continues to live in uncertain times and moving in uncertain directions. COVID-19 continues to put public health at risk. Nimbly, Ghana has made a combination of social and economic interventions and policy choices on many fronts. What Ghana has done and continues to do square well with the way advanced economies are carrying out the fight against the pandemic. And in some cases, we are doing even better. We continue to deploy an array of social economic interventions, temporarily lowering the bar on fiscal prudence, and continue to revise policy choices and interventions as needed. The central bank ably is doing its part, lowering interest rates, easing liquidity, mindful not to ignite inflation more than the economy can handle and more than what people expect. With the expectations that the pandemic will wane soon, the Ghana Cares program laid out a set of policy pathways and instruments to stabilize the economy and stimulate recovery in the shortest possible time. Ladies and gentlemen, what is left is how the private sector would respond to the policy innovations and interventions which government has put together. We will continue with our comprehensive efforts to save lives, safeguard the educational system, minimize interruptions in the educational system, ensure micro, small, medium, and large enterprises continue to thrive and continue to fuel the economy even as the pandemic persists. It is in the middle of all these challenges that we must continue to re-examine our ways and means of doing things, from home to the office, from the farm to the factory, between government and citizens and businesses, and vice versa. We must continue to challenge ourselves on how to deliver learning services, our conventional notion of the classroom, and how to deliver and manage our health system. It is absolutely imperative to reset and reignite business and the economy in these times to ensure continuous growth and development of the Ghanaian economy. The pandemic has presented a much-needed opportunity with which we can reset the economy while still building upon the solid foundation laid before 2020. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated ample systematic flaws in the way we do things, including the way we conduct business, thereby requiring us to rethink and reorient ourselves and our businesses. We cannot succeed if we hold on to the old ways of doing things. If we want to survive, we will have to dwell on the lessons learned from the pandemic going forward. Our government continues to take steps to sanitize the regulatory environment for the conduct of business in Ghana. Our efforts at digitization, by working towards a cash-light economy, providing a framework for electronic incorporation and regulation of business entities under the new Companies Act and e-procurement, to mention a few, are all aimed at making it easier to conduct business in Ghana. I appreciate the fact that we can do more, and this is in this regard, I wish to extend a warm invitation to the business community to engage us on measures they will want the government to put in place to make it easier for them to do business. It is essential to mention that in our bid to reset business and the economy, digitization has an enormous role to play. One of the lessons the pandemic has taught us is that digitization is the future, a future that perhaps started yesterday. Businesses will by necessity have to integrate appropriate digital technologies in their operations and service delivery in order to increase productivity and output. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the biggest issues that has confronted our economy and many African economies has been the highly informal nature, along with the manual, bureaucratic, and cumbersome processes involved in the delivery of government services. All of that increases the cost of doing business. We had a situation where over 90% of the population had no unique identity. There was no working address system. Over 70% of the eligible population had no bank accounts. Most transactions were cash-based, and less than 10% of the population had tax identification numbers. Clearing goods at the port was a nightmare. Obtaining driver's licenses, passports, or renewing your NHIS card were very problematic. Purchasing electricity units for your meter was a problem. Birth certificates and obtaining birth certificates and manual court processes and so on were inefficient and costly. And so this situation resulted in a difficulty in solving crimes, in higher interest rates at banks, delays in obtaining government services, lower government revenue, and so on. While this set of facts has long been recognized, no government has taken a systematic and concerted effort to address it. We just, over the years, lived with the problem rather than try to solve it. At the time after I left the Bank of Ghana in 2009, beginning of 2009, of course, having just lost an election, I left the Bank of Ghana and then went out as a visiting scholar to Oxford University, where I wrote a book on monetary policy and financial sector reform in Africa. That period gave me a lot of time for reflection on what we had done since independence, and the book chronicles monetary policy and economic policy from independence through to 2008, basically. And I looked at the effectiveness of all that we were doing, particularly the question that kept coming back to mind was, what are we doing? How come the interest rates that we want to decline are not declining? For the most part, monetary policy would bring down the monetary policy rate, will bring down the interest rates, but lending rates remain stubbornly high. One needed to really get to the bottom of this. Why are all these inefficient processes in the bureaucracy and so on taking place? It became obvious as I reached at the conclusion of that book that the macro, just getting the macro economy right was not sufficient. Getting inflation down was not sufficient. Getting exchange rates stable was not sufficient. There were certain micro foundations or systems that need to be in place for our economy to be able to deliver the low interest rates that will drive business and economic activity. But for the longest time, as we interacted with the IMF, the World Bank, and so on, you realize that nobody is going to come and tell you that these micro foundations, you have to put them in place. Nobody would tell you that if you don't put in a digital address system, we will not give you a loan. Or if you don't have a national ID, we'll make it a condition. So there were all these things which I refer to as the unwritten rules of the game. Because if you are in a game, you must understand the rules. If you don't understand the rules and you are playing, you will keep losing the game. But some of these rules are not written in our economic textbooks. They are unwritten rules, but you know that if you are an economy and you don't have a working address system, you're not going to go very far. If you cannot uniquely identify the population in your country, you are not going to go very far as an economy. You can have exchange rate stability and lower fiscal deficits and so on, but you are going to be just operating in a low-level equilibrium. You will not move up to a higher level. And moving up to the higher level, Adu Dankwa Akufo-Addo made the strategic decision to address these chronic problems by digitizing the Ghanaian economy and government services. The overarching objective of this digital drive is to formalize the economy, increase government revenue, fight corruption, and ultimately provide public services to citizens more efficiently and more conveniently. Digitization essentially removes the human interface. And if you look at the problems we had, whether it's at the passport office or the driver's license office or the ports or the births and deaths registry or the Ghana GRA Revenue Authority, all these interfaces, all the problems we were having in these different areas was because of the human interface. And as they say, nipa ye bad. The human interface, you will encounter corruption immediately because the systems were very bureaucratic and manual. And so we decided to digitize. And so we needed to put certain pillars in place. Issue national ID cards to all Ghanaians, implement a functional address system, provide bank accounts to the bankable, to those people who are eligible for bank accounts, implement mobile money interoperability, digitize the provision of government services, and so on. I'm very happy to note that we've made tremendous progress on all these fronts, and Ghana is clearly on its way to to become one of the most digitized economies in Africa within the next 2 years. Specifically, we've issued a national biometric ID card, which no government has been able to do since independence. So far, we have 15.5 million people who have been enrolled, and we expect that this process for the above 15 years demographic, those above 15 years of age, that process will be completed this year. We will then move into the schools and do those below 15 years of age. But this national ID system that has been implemented has provided Ghana a database that will be the anchor for all transactions in the future. We're about to move into a new economy, if you haven't already realized that, because it is going to provide a single source of truth and a unique identity for all transactions across the spectrum. And so this year, what we've been doing since we came into office has been the integration of the national ID database with other databases, key databases. So we've integrated it with SNIT, we've integrated it with GRA, and with GRA, for example, up to 2016, TIN numbers in Ghana was 750,000. By just making the TIN number your national ID number, we've immediately increased it from 750,000 in 2016 to 15.5 million as at now, in terms of people with tax ID numbers. We have integrated the national ID with the NHIS, and we are moving on to Controller and Accountant General's Department. The ghost workers will not be happy, but we are doing that now. We are in discussions with the banks and the Bank of Ghana. The Bank of Ghana is driving all bank accounts will be linked to a national ID number, and the process will start soon, and banks will start, once the process starts, they will start accepting and verifying the individuals using the national ID card. I expect, as the Minister for Communications and Digitalization, will soon announce that we will all, from maybe end of June or beginning of July this year, everybody will have to register their SIM with a national ID number. So we all have to do that, otherwise we lose that SIM. And that will really give us a real identity for all Momo transactions, for example. And it then takes away fraud that is taking place, whether it's SIM box or through Momo and so on. We will discard all of that. We will also, we are also doing the births and deaths registry. The digitization there is about 80% complete now. But what we are putting in place with the births and deaths registry is a system where we hope from next year, when a child is born, right at birth, within a month, each child will be given a unique national ID number across the country. And that will help us maintain that database right from birth all the way to death. So it's really a different country that we are trying to move into. I know that it was a challenge. What we have done in Ghana was a challenge. When we met with the NIA and the Margins Group, initially they had wanted to issue very, very delayed cards because it was, but we said that given the nature of our people, you should do instant issuance of these cards, because a lot of the times if people have cards, they may not return for them. And we should try to do instant issuance. But they pointed us out that no country in the world had done instant issuance of national ID cards before. So we said, well, we will be the first, and we were the first. So thank you very much for making that happen. We've implemented a digital address system capturing every square inch of land or water in Ghana. In the process of implementing the digital address system, we have provided unique addresses for 7.5 million properties in Ghana. We have identified 7.5 million, including huts in all the villages, 7.5 million properties, and we are providing digital addresses and street addresses to all those houses and properties. The Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority has provided street names and house numbers for every unnamed street, and we are affixing address plates for every property, and we will continue to do that. There are 7.5 million. The first phase will deal with 4 million properties, and the next phase will deal with 3.5 million properties. We've already begun discussions, and they are going very well with Google, and if all goes well, they will incorporate Ghana's property address system into Google Maps, and we will move from there. This is the first time since independence that Ghana will have a complete property address system. And for businesses, nobody really needs to tell you the implications, the impact of having a unique property addressing system in the country. You just think about it, whether it's America or the UK or Germany, if today the address systems disappear, just the address systems, those economies will collapse, just like that. They cannot function without address systems. And so the opportunity cost of not having these address systems for e-commerce and so on is just huge. Delivery of services and so on is huge. And we are really very, very, very happy that Ghana has been able to do this. Of course, there's the groundbreaking mobile money interoperability, which has also been implemented. The mobile money payments interoperability has made it easy for transfer of money across different telcos and between bank accounts and mobile wallets. That is the unique feature of Ghana's interoperability. You're not just going between different telcos, but between bank accounts and mobile wallets. And since you have so much in the system, it has solved the major problem of people having access to bank accounts, because of mobile money interoperability, bank accounts or mobile money accounts are essentially functioning like bank accounts. The data shows that Ghana currently is the fastest growing mobile money market in Africa, and the total value of mobile money transactions in 2020 during this pandemic was 569 billion Ghana cedis. That's about $100 billion in 2020. It's just mind-boggling, right? Mobile money transactions in 1 year, because of interoperability, have reached $100 billion in Ghana. Now, checks, on the other hand, amounted to 180 billion instead of the 569 billion for mobile money. So checks are slowly, of course, I think it wouldn't be long, Deputy Governor. I think checks will soon be history as we go on. But when you think about it, we invested $4.5 million to set up mobile money interoperability. Just $4.5 million, and it's generating transaction of about $100 billion. So you see the impact of that, and on why this soft infrastructure can have far-reaching economic implications. You could have built an interchange, for example, for $50 million, but the impact on the economy would be much, much less when you look at this happening. So we are looking at this. We've also brought in the universal QR code, which is also unique in its own way, to reduce the dominance of cash in the economy. We needed a system which would bring in everybody. The point of sale devices that banks have are not accessible to your waakye sellers or the trotro or operators or your tomato sellers in the market or Kobe sellers. Those, systems, the point of sale devices are too expensive. But these are where a large volume of transactions are taking place. So if you want to go into a cashless or cash-light economy, you must have a system that allows electronic usage of these systems by every merchant. And this is why we thought that we should leverage on our mobile money interoperability, which everybody uses mobile money, bank accounts and so on, and bring in a universal QR code which is available to every merchant. Shoe Shine boys can have their QR codes, and the QR codes are basically free to have. So everybody can have a QR code. Even beggars can obtain their QR code in case you don't have cash on you. They can, the beggar can give you their QR code, and then you can send them cash. We are catering for everybody. Nobody will be left behind. Even the YAM phones can be very effective. You can use a USSD code for the YAM phone, so it doesn't have to be a smartphone. But we're about to really roll this out in a big way, and it will really reduce a lot of cash transactions. And for a lot of businesses, keeping cash is a big risk with armed robberies, even traders traveling with cash. But with a QR code, universal QR code, anybody with a mobile money account or a bank account can use it. And the fintechs are doing their own QRs and so on. We are encouraging that we move in this direction for people to get used to it and for cash to be reduced but then you will have a lot more efficiency in the system. So today the outcomes from our digitization drive are paying off. These initiatives are aimed at digitizing all sectors of the Ghanaian economy to ensure efficiency and ultimately achieve digital transformation. For businesses, a digital economy translates into a conducive environment for conducting businesses and for increasing profits. This year, we are going to be big in the land registry. This has been one area where we need to really complete the digitization process of the land registry, because land is really a major bottleneck in terms of business development, and so much capital is locked up. You don't know who owns it. Transferring it becomes a problem. And so we need transparency, and so we are doing that. Digitization of the hospitals is taking place, the senior high schools. There's a whole gamut. At least 90% of the senior high schools now are supposed to be covered. I hope they are all covered, and I think they are by free Wi-Fi now, and we are going to continue to doing that. To all chief executives and business leaders gathered here today, I encourage you all to diligently enhance your operations with innovative digital technology and to drive business evolution and for survival. Also, notions of sustainability and long-term value maximization must be at the core of the governance and operations of businesses. Businesses need to recognize and appreciate the contribution of social and environmental factors and interactions on their operations and output. To adequately prepare for the unpredictable occurrences such as COVID-19, we should focus on building sustainable businesses and an economy that will remain resilient even in the face of the crisis. The pandemic has taught us that businesses are intimately connected with society, and such intimate connection will require businesses to be responsive to the needs of all stakeholders. The attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as Agenda 2063, is an aspiration we must all continue to collaborate and work towards in our quest to reset the economy and businesses during the COVID-19 pandemic. We must remain committed to achieving these goals. I will take this opportunity to charge all decision makers of businesses gathered here today to take advantage of this summit to forge key partnerships that will constitute a formidable force in our bid to reset businesses and the economy. The fight is against a common enemy and not against each other. The exchange of ideas and resources is cardinal if we are to emerge victorious from the negative conditions created by the pandemic. Addressing the socioeconomic impact of the pandemic also required that we vaccinate as many people as possible against the virus in order to revitalize safe economic activity that will grow our economy. We vaccinated close to 1 million people, and we will do more subject to obtaining more vaccines. Our vaccination quest is a glaring testament of government's commitment to getting the economy back on track, and government will strive to ensure that a majority of Ghanaians are vaccinated in order to achieve herd immunity. We've now, however, decided to digitize the vaccination card, which you will receive when you get vaccinated, so that the card is now being embossed with a QR code, so that wherever you go in the world, when they digitally check your vaccination, they will see that indeed you have had 1 vaccination or 2 vaccinations, and therefore it cannot be altered. And this is the advantage of it, so that we become part of the global citizenry. And I think that will be good for Ghana. I wish you all the very best in your deliberations, and we look forward to the outcome of your deliberations.
Me yare kakra. I say ubu na wado na fever ne I say go home for. Look at the ne fan ko papa yo tonton ando hona on one by your Japan. And mama ye amama me ye mle no. Ataman tma nya hodin bio.
Me hu jo wo say me war na me nim no. Okay. Na me nhia ne da. Ena me hu no eni so ade hu. Se ukunu nie.
Me nya be 23 more, 22 more. I'm a share school. Okay. From class 6. I'm the mensa. And I draw. I go on museum both hands. It was a museum in Sabacon. Back on so many draw fast.
Always I appreciate it, because how can someone paint with his mouth like M1?
The challenges I faced, there are a lot, but the one that really hurts me in my heart is I lost my dad. I lost my dad when I was about to complete JHS, and life from there was not easy for me. My father's family were those people who were very rich. As my father got, like when my father died, they started turning their back at us. They didn't even look at us. My father was having some 1 or 2 properties, but they took all. We didn't have anything. The first day my mom saw me on stage on Day Trash, she called me, "Hello Ali." Then and do you know the most interesting part of this?
Wait, what's the way
they were calling me Honorable Ponching too much. Hey, Pusum Piyong. I was like, hey, Ali pa fine boy, and I'm going to see.
Sir, Shamima say she'll agree to marry you. But then, no, she won't have sex with you until marriage. Would you allow that?
Because we are not them.
Are you a virgin?
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. Today funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Dreams, well, that's one thing you can never take away from a child because it's at their disposal and they have the freedom to dream as much as they want. On this week's edition of The Untold, we bring you a playback of the story of a visually impaired young man who today is a presenter with the Unique FM, one of the radio stations of the GBC, and how much of his dream has led him to this point. Selassie Sikanku shares his story with us on this week's edition of The Untold, where we bring you inspiring stories of personalities doing amazing things in this life. Welcome again to this edition. My name is Eche Atisu.
He is a living proof that disability is indeed not an inability, and he proves this every Monday afternoon on Unique 95.7 FM.
95.7 Unique FM of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Time check, it's 20 minutes past 2 here on 95.7. Good afternoon to you wherever you are. My name is Selassie Kanku and I'm welcoming you to the program Lunch on Unique.
DJ Odo serenades his numerous listeners with beautiful tunes for an hour every day and does not need help from anyone to do it. His disability has never been a hindrance to achieving the heights he has chalked. His attention to detail and the confidence with which he executes his business leaves his colleagues in awe and serves as motivation for all who encounter him on the job.
Your face like yesterday. Hey, I go head you.
What do you for?
I dey go.
You know they play CDs again?
Oh, I know they play CDs.
So that's they play virtual DJ. But you know get I self they play virtual DJ. But me I know get I know they play.
Have your eyes closed?
Today on The Untold, we get up close and personal with Selassie Sikanku, the visually impaired radio presenter who is still making strides after 14 years in the industry.
My name is Selassie Sikanku. Friends call me DJ Odo. I'm a visually impaired presenter at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. I started working here from 2010. I went to the GBC Radio and Television Training School, and then after the TV and Radio and Television Training School, my former boss, that's Mr. William Ampim Dakun, saw the potential in me, and then I wrote my application letter. I applied to be a staff of GBC, so I was accepted. Well, I love radio from my childhood days. I remember those days when I was in primary school. I put some money together, what the children used to call susu. When they give you your money for food, you save some down. So I saved, and then my dad added something to it, and then we bought my first radio. Because those days I used to disturb his radio. Maybe he wants to listen to something, and then he says I've turned the radio to another place. Those days the stations were not many, but he realized that I keep touching his radio and he wasn't so comfortable with that. So the plan was, no, then I need to buy a new radio. So I saved, and then I had a top up from him, and then I got my first radio, and that made me love radio more because I was listening to most of our renowned presenters here in the GBC, the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. There's the likes of the late Charlie Sam, George Crabb, the late James Amati, and the other senior presenters, and I learned so many things from them. So that pushed me into going into radio.
Yeah, Charlie, what's up?
Being the only visually impaired person in his family, Selassie grew up in a loving home where lack was never an option. His parents ensured that he had a good education like every normal child and did not push him into any form of disability school.
I did my national service at Radio Universe, and that is a University of Ghana radio station. And then I went to the University of Ghana. I did a bachelor's degree. That is a political science and sociology. And before then, I went to Okwapmai Secondary School. Those days we call it Okwapmai School. I was born visually impaired. So my parents were then living in Jowlu. So, you know, my brother also came, and were two boys, two babies disturbing. And my parents were looking for how best they can educate me. They didn't want me to go to the boarding school, that's a school for the blind, because I was so young, and they felt it wasn't so appropriate to leave me at the school for the blind just like that. So they were thinking about it. So when they went to one school in Jowlu, that is a Little Flower Montessori school, for admission for my brother, they said they didn't take children at 1 year, but they take from 4 years. So my mom told the proprietor then, that is the late Mrs. Rita Kato, that she has a boy who is 4 years, but he is visually impaired. So they didn't know, she's now thinking of where to place him. And then Mrs. Kato said, no problem, you can bring him, and then we see if he can fit into our school. So they brought me to the school. I was very, very comfortable with friends. But I remember at that at that tender age, I had a lot of friends, and they go to places with me. We play, we do everything together. So that is how my nursery school started. But then Mrs. Kato didn't have a primary school in those days, so I had to go to primary. That was from the nursery school. That's from the nursery school. I had to go to the primary school, and that became a problem. We had an assurance from one school in Accra
that they would accept me in the school. That's a regular school. But then when it got to the last hour, the headmistress of the school was saying that the PTA of the school would not want to accept a visually impaired person to mix with their children and all that. So it was at the last hour. So we started going from one school to the other in Accra. And there we came to the Youngsters International School, and then we met the proprietor, Mr. De Youngster, Anthony Kwame De Youngster. And he said, why not? Let's give it a try. So I went to the Youngsters, that's a regular school, from class 1 to class JSS 3. Growing up, I had my siblings and then my friends together. I did everything as a sighted person should do. I used to help in household chores. I used to, you know, those days we push car tires and all that. If I know the environment very well, I used to do all those things. I learned how to pound fufu because that's my favorite food.
His biggest challenge, being visually impaired, he says, was when he went job hunting after school.
My biggest challenge is when people doubt your abilities and capabilities. Probably you go somewhere and you want to do something, or you go to look for a job, and then people don't take your certificate into consideration, but they take your disability into consideration. They tell you can't do the job rather than looking at your certificate. That's very, very challenging because you don't know how to even prove yourself when they don't give you the chance to prove yourself. So that is why I always say that when a person with disability comes to you for employment, you need to check his certificate, find out to see what he says he can do, and then if his certificate qualifies him, why not? You have to take him on. A typical day for me moving around, if I know my surroundings very well, I don't have a problem. I go everywhere without any aid. You know, every visually impaired person, if he knows his surroundings very well, he's able to move around, you know, even run if he has to run. But then when you take him to a new environment, then he becomes a bit challenged. But then when he gets to that place and then he keeps, maybe for about, maybe if I should move to a different environment, if I stay there for maybe probably a week or two, I'll be able to know that environment very well and move around freely.
So, how does the blind survive in this technology-driven world?
We use the same phones everybody uses. Like I use an Apple phone, and then there is a speech software on every Apple phone, and it's not only on this phone, but if you update, if you turn it on, it comes on. So probably whatever you want to do, it tells you. If maybe you want to check the time, it tells you the time. 3:17 p.m. and then Monday 25th November. So it tells me the missed call I have. I can go to WhatsApp. Yeah. So if I'm going to my chats, I have messages coming from different groups. Vision Connect, Adult Chat Room, and I love reading a lot of novels from WhatsApp. There's a group I'm in that they send stories and all that, and I enjoy reading those stories. So with this assistive technology, that's the voiceover, it makes you access the phone to its fullest. You go to WhatsApp, Facebook, if you want to check other things on your phone, respond to emails and all that, it helps you do those things. With a laptop, I have also assistive technology on it, and that's the same normal laptops that everybody buys. So I just install a software on it. It's called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. And with this JAWS software, it tells you whatever you are doing on the laptop. So what I do, if I'm coming on air, I have an extra sound card, so that we divide the sound into two. So if you can zoom, this is the extra sound card, so that the speech software doesn't go on air. So now the speech software will be in my headset, which will be telling me whatever I'm doing, and then the JAWS, the music would be playing. The speech access, the speech software is called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. Nothing is difficult unless if you put your mind to it. A friend of mine who I was mostly using the CD players, and CDs can be a bit problematic because sometimes it's a long time you've played that particular CD. When you put it in the player, it doesn't play properly, it starts skipping. So a friend of mine who is visually impaired, he told me that no, we can also use the laptop. So he has been doing it. He's called Raphael. And then Raphael, I sent my laptop to him, and then he set it up for me. And he himself set up the virtual DJ the way it will be comfortable for persons with visual impairment to use.
Even though Selassie says he does not wish to change
Honorable Ablakwa.
Most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, a few corrections. Column 090, the second paragraph. The name of His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo has not been captured correctly. If it can be amended. And then, as a speaker, at column 091, the second paragraph, B, the airport antigen test, and then ECOWAS nationals. There are a number of omissions there. So if it can be corrected. It appears that we are having a difficult time with the printers. And then, Mr. Speaker, at column 093, the last paragraph, the name of the Honorable Minister responsible for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, the Hansard is not consistent with the name. At this column, Ms. Butcher is spelled with an A. At column 089 is spelled with an E. I believe that the correct rendition is the one with an A. So if we can see some consistency in that regard, Mr. Speaker. And then at column 106, there are a number of omissions, including a wrongful rendition of the name of the Minister for Education, the Honorable Dr. Ebuchum. There are a lot of omissions in that paragraph, the first paragraph, column 106. So if they can take a second look at it. And finally, at column 116, get fund should also be corrected accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, kindly take note. Honorable members, the official report of Wednesday, 3rd March 2021, as corrected, represent the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, before we move to item 4, I will have to give opportunity to your leaders to say a word or two in support of my welcome remarks. They are not limited to supporting my welcome remarks. Definitely, I know the leaders will will have their own style and way of presenting things. So we start with the Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity and to also welcome you formally back as you open the first sitting of the second meeting of the 8th Parliament of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, to thank Allah Almighty for His graciousness of your life and health and that of honorable members, and to continue to pray for God's grace, for good health, for your good self, and our colleagues. And Mr. Speaker, to believe that as I welcome our colleagues back, we come very refreshed to exercise our mandate as lawmakers of the country and to endeavor to hold the executive accountable to the letter and spirit of the Constitution within the framework of separation of powers and the checks and balances that are allowed in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, in welcoming you, probably I should respond one. The chairman of the Appointments Committee, as you are aware, is on a mission abroad. The referral by you to him, which you able to him, he engaged members of the Appointments Committee, and thanks to technology, we met virtually and agreed to begin or commence the scrutiny of the Deputy Minister's nominees on the 2nd of June, and probably will take them in batches of 4-4, depending upon what the COVID protocols and interests may allow us. Mr. Speaker, the only matter that the committee did not discuss was in respect of the position of the nomination of the special prosecutor. I believe when we so meet on 2nd June, we will communicate to the public how we intend to undertake the exercise of finding a replacement to Honorable Martin Alamishi Hamidu, as he then was a special prosecutor. I have always insisted that what is it that a special prosecutor can do that an attorney general cannot do? That has always been my position, consistent with Article 88 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, whilst at 8, during the recess, there were some threats to the peace and cohesion of our country emanating from some section of our religious leaders. May I use this opportunity to call on all Ghanaians, and in particular our religious leaders, not to do or engage in any conduct or action that will jeopardize our standing as an oasis of peace and a country noted and respected for peaceful coexistence and religious tolerance. The Constitution in Article 21 guarantees the right to freedom of conscience, including the freedom of religion and belief. And we should just respect that and observe those rights. Every Ghanaian is entitled to those benefits. Mr. Speaker, we are concerned about the takeoff of the second term of President Nana Akufo-Addo. He seems very slow. Many boards and corporations are still not constituted. Yet the success and failures of many of our state and governance institutions hinges on the performance of these boards. Their policy, their administration is contingent on them. It is not for nothing that he must act in earnest in getting those boards and corporations properly constituted. It is not right and appropriate, for instance, for policymakers to be doubling as regulators. In fact, Mr. Speaker, our decentralization system has come to a near halt. In many metropolitan municipal districts, there are no district chief executives. So one just wonders what goes on at the local level and at the decentralized level. Mr. Speaker, in respect of deputy minister nominees, May I caution that the ruling in J. Mensah versus Attorney General 1997-98 is still succinct. There are many of them who are in a hurry to achieve, even whilst Parliament have not considered their nomination. May I, Mr. Speaker, serve a warning that in accordance with the ruling in J. Mensah versus Attorney General, they will be in a hurry at their own peril because they must respect the provisions of the which guarantees a shared responsibility between the President as head of the Executive and Parliament in getting them approved. Many of them are already reporting to officers, some even taking actions. In fact, I have requested that some recording will be done for my purposes to expose those who are leaping too early ahead of the parliamentary approval. They may come back hiding that they are learning from their ministers' familiarization. But Mr. Speaker, administrative executive decisions that they take will hold them accountable to it. So once again, Mr. Speaker, I wish you a hearty, warm welcome to the parliamentary service. And to my colleague, the majority leader, I trust that he will endeavor to work for us to build consensus where necessary in the public interest. I've repeatedly said that we will not be an obstructionist in opposing government policy. We will be constructive, but where necessary, we will be uncompromising to save the state. So once again, Mr. Speaker, the President must be in a hurry to get boards and corporations constituted in time. It's wrong for ministers to be taking decisions on behalf of boards. That is not what was contemplated, that gave meaning to the creation of those institutions. That void must be avoided by the President. That void at the decentralization level where you don't have DCs, MCs, and Metropolitan Chief Executive. 5 months. He has just 3.5 years barely as president to serve this country. And therefore, he must act timeously and act in a manner that better serves the Ghanaian people. As for the precipice of some trial of a crisis, energy crisis, economic crisis, which they will not admit, as the IMF and World Bank have given some eliminating facts about fiscal deficit of 15.5%, not what was reported by the acting Minister for Finance. We look forward to see where they just don't have fiscal space to operate, and they must come clear that the country is broke. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and once again to our colleagues, I wish everyone well, and I wish everyone God's grace. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and to the clerk and the parliamentary service.
It's now the turn for Leader Honorable Osei Mensah Bonsu.
Speaker, I also rise to support the welcome that you extended to members of Parliament and indeed to the staff who have been facilitating the work of us parliamentarians. Speaker, I want to believe that we use the occasion to have some rest, because indeed we need the rest in order for us to position ourselves for the arduous responsibilities that we have during this second meeting. Mr. Speaker, during the holidays, we had two major observations relating to the two major religions in the country, that is Christians and Muslims. Speaker, the Easter activities marking the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ and the reconciliation that it engenders between humankind and God. Speaker, our colleague Muslims also had the Ramadan, a period of sanctification that also seeks to restore mankind to God in our relationship in order to secure the oneness with God that the two religions envisage. Mr. Speaker, there were a few developments, and my colleague and your good self have related to quite a few of them. Speaker, some related to some executive activities to halt the Galamsey operations. Speaker, we also heard and read about the arrest of some journalists. We have experienced as a nation some trippages in power supply. Speaker, in respect of these matters, we may require the relevant ministers to come to Parliament to speak to the issues so that we bring clarity to bear on these matters. Because there's been quite some space which is allowing for speculation and people inputting wrong information, which doesn't help our democratic governance. Mr. Speaker, the arrival of the second dose of the AstraZeneca vaccines you alluded to, indeed, we could confirm, we would only appeal to members and staff to apply themselves in order to help us all to, Speaker, feel much more secure. Indeed, as you said, the AstraZeneca vaccines themselves, even for those of us who have had the second dose, we are still not out of the woods because the efficacy of it is around 70% we are told, which means that about 30% room is still there for us to cover our backs, Mr. Speaker. So we need, for those of them who haven't taken the second dose, to apply themselves immediately. It will help all of us, as I said, feel much more secure. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that our colleagues at the Pan-African Parliament have gone to attend to the business of the Parliament on behalf of our Parliament. Those at the ECOWAS Parliament will also be going, I guess, today. And the President is required to open the session of the ECOWAS Parliament on Thursday, which then means that our colleagues at the ECOWAS Parliament will not be with us. The Speaker, you related to the list of the Minister of State nominee and the Deputy Minister nominees. The Speaker, as the Minority Leader has informed, the committee meeting has agreed to commence the vetting of the nominees beginning 2nd June. That then means if they're able to make the progress that we think they'll be able to make, because we've agreed to vet 4 nominees per sitting, it will enable them to complete the entire list, I guess, before the 17th of May, of June. Speaker, along the line, we may have to approve of the list that they prepare to us, such that by the close of day on the 18th of June, we would have finished with the consideration of all of them to enable the President to appoint them to office on the 18th of June, barring any unforeseen circumstances. And Mr. Speaker, Parliament cannot be stampeded. And so when the Minority Leader alludes to the slowness of the President, these are some of the imperatives. These are some of the imperatives. We've been away. The list came to us some time ago. But Parliament cannot be stampeded, and so The committee that received the referral will have to do their own program and will have to be thorough in the process of consideration of these nominees. Mr. Speaker, the agenda for this House certainly is going to be very packed. And as you alluded to, it's important for us to gear up. Members would recollect that originally we were to resume on the 11th. And then we had to restructure because of the then anticipated ending of the Ramadan. To accommodate that, we then pushed it backwards to 18th. And then Parliament, the leadership, had a program to undertake within that time. And that is why we are now here, which means that we've lost about 2 weeks. And yet, the program was for us to adjourn Sine Die on the 6th of August. So, having lost 2 weeks, we need, Mr. Speaker, as you yourself have said, to work harder than usual to be able to transact the businesses that will be coming to us. Legislation bills coming to us, the supplementary appropriation bill, private members' bills and motions, affirmative action bill, and then many, many agreements that will be coming to us. Yesterday when we met the ministers, the Speaker, even though we haven't concluded the meeting with the ministers, we realized that there are not less than 12 bills that we may have to deal with in the course of this meeting. Many of them very urgent, and many of them that, Mr. Speaker, you yourself have given the commitments, including in particular the affirmative action bill that we need to craft. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want to appeal to colleagues who have been assisting in the formulation and the crafting of bills to avail themselves. Unfortunately, we've lost key persons, key members in the House who were facilitating the crafting of bills. In particular, the Honourable Member for Finso South, who was the chairman of the Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, the Honourable Ben Abdullah, the Honourable Husseini decided not to contest, and Honourable Shaibu. These are members who were assisting in a very profound manner the crafting of bills. Today, I can only see the Honourable Ahiafo as one of the remnants, and then the Honourable Enyimedu. Only two of them. So I want to appeal in particular. The Speaker, the Honourable Agaga, is beckoning that I should recognize him. I'll do so, except that his own contributions have been intermittent. Equally so for the Honourable Roxon Dafiamepo, who has tremendous potential, but they don't avail themselves as often as we want to have them. The Speaker, so it's an appeal to them that they should avail themselves much more than they have been doing. Mr. Speaker, you mentioned the review of the standing orders, and I agree with you that we should bring the consideration of the standing orders to a conclusion, saying that the committee is suggesting to us that we apply ourselves to Article 11.7 of the Constitution. I think that would be a matter for the House to decide on. The committee cannot impose anything on this House. And I'm saying so because, Mr. Speaker, the orders that we have were not approved by that route. And I do not know of orders of any of the established democracies that apply themselves to that route. That is through the imperatives of Article 11.7. Mr. Speaker, so this one that we have, that we are using, was not gazetted by the imperatives of Article 11.7. And that is why the amendments that we have experienced in this House have never submitted to the imperatives of Article 11.7. Mr. Speaker, so it is something that we may have to brainstorm on. If we apply ourselves to 11.7, what it means is that on any day, if we have to change anything, we have to go through that process of Article 11.7. But I don't know, as I said, of any that does that. But we are still learning, and as I said, we will brainstorm on that and choose what is the route that is appropriate to us. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, I am happy, Mr. Speaker, with the construct that you chose to describe what you said was the purported resignation of a member of the House from a committee. Mr. Speaker, Order 193 is clear. Order 193 is clear to us, and let's not do anything to undermine the authority of the leadership of any caucus or the authority of the leadership of any committee. In this case, the committee chaired by a good self. But it should start with the person's caucus so that the Speaker, constituted authority, will be legitimized. So, thank you for the advice that you have given to the Honorable Okudzeto, who otherwise is a very serious member of this House. He takes his work in the House very seriously. I disagreed with him on this occasion on the route that he chose, and I thought that he should have stabilized himself first before coming up with this purported resignation. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to end on really echoing the welcome that I extend to members and to wish that we will rededicate ourselves to the business of this House in this meeting, which is going to be very Herculean because we have a rather tall order of business to transact. I want to believe that the staff, especially the table officers and the media persons that we have, would assist us in the discharge of our business. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity granted.
Honourable members, we now move to item 4 at page 2 of the order paper. Business statement for the first week to be presented by the chairman of the business committee.
Right, Honourable Speaker. The Business Committee met today, Tuesday, the 25th of May, 2021, and arranged business of the House for the first week ending Friday, the 28th of 2021. The committee accordingly submits its report as follows. The Speaker, you may read any available communication to the House as you have done this morning. Right, Honourable Speaker, taking cognizance that the Business Committee met only today to program business for the week, the committee determined that it would be impractical to schedule ministers to respond to questions in such short notice. Therefore, the committee has scheduled only the minister responsible for education to respond to an urgent question on Friday, the 28th of May, 2021. Other ministers of state will be scheduled in subsequent weeks to respond to questions asked relating to their respective ministries in the course of time. Speaker, pursuant to Order 70 sub 2, ministers of state may be permitted to make statements of government policy, and statements duly admitted by you, the Right Honourable Speaker, may be made in the House by honourable ministers honourable members in accordance with Order 72. The Speaker, bills may be presented to the House for first reading in accordance with Order 120. However, those of urgent nature may be taken through the various stages in one day in accordance with Order 119. Speaker, pursuant to Order 75, papers for presentation to the House may be placed on the order paper for lay. Committee reports may also be presented to the House for consideration. Motions may be debated and their consequential resolutions may be taken during the week. Honourable Speaker, the Business Committee welcomes all members from recess. As honourable members may be aware, the House was originally expected to resume the second meeting, as I indicated earlier, on the 11th of May, later rescheduled to 18th of May. However, the exigencies of the time required that the second meeting resumed today, Tuesday, the 25th of May, 2021. This means that the House has lost, in essence, 2 weeks in its calendar for the meeting. Speaker, so I'm just amending that portion a bit. The second meeting is expected to be demanding of honourable members since a number of bills and other important businesses, including the media fiscal review of 2021, budget statement and economic policy of government of Ghana, and the supplementary estimate for the 2021 financial year to be considered. The House is also expected to consider reports of the Appointment Committee, His Excellency the President nominees for appointment as Deputy Ministers, and also the Minister of State. Speaker, you've just added the consideration of the Special Prosecutor. In view of the number of nominees to be considered, the Appointment Committee's reports may be presented to the House in 3 or more parts between the 16th, 17th, and 18th of June 2021. With regards to the bills to be considered during this meeting, honourable members are encouraged to lace up their legislative boots to enable consideration of bills at the various stages of consideration, especially the consideration stage. This resort has become necessary, having regards to the fact that many seasoned members with expertise in bill consideration their seats or did not participate in the electioneering process in the lead-up to the 8th Parliament. Speaker, the word is 8th, not 8th Parliament. Honourable members are entreated to brace up your task ahead. Speaker, the Business Committee expects the following formally to be presented to Parliament during the early parts of June 2021. We are having some dialogue with the respective ministers in order for them to bring these formally next week, failing which necessarily they will have to come in the 3rd week. Speaker, the first one is proposed formula for distributing the districts and common funds for the year 2021, the proposed formula for the distribution of the Ghana Education Trust Funds for the year 2021, and the proposed formula for the disbursement of the National Health Insurance Fund for the year 2021. Contingent upon their presentation, the Committee of the Whole would consider them and present reports for debate at plenary. The Speaker, a Grand Caucus meeting is proposed to hold on Thursday, the 27th of May, 2021, after adjournment. Urgent pertinent matters will be discussed, and in this regard, all honourable members are encouraged to avail themselves at the meeting. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 160 sub 2 and subject to Standing Order 53, the Business Committee submits to this Honourable House the order in which the business of the House shall be taken during the week. Speaker, having sent members with copies of the draft, I would want to urge the Hansard Department to capture the entirety of the draft as having been read into the Hansard. Speaker, I so submit.
Honorable members, the business statement for the week has been presented by the chairman of the business committee. It's now for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. As Honorable Speaker, I would join my colleagues to commend the Business Committee for a good job done. Mr. Speaker, in bullet 4, statutory funds, the caveat they're giving is that contingent upon their presentation, Committee of the Whole will consider them and present a report for approval. Mr. Speaker, yes, the holders of these offices must know that time is not on our side. Mr. Speaker, we are in May. By next week, we are ending the second quarter. And we are approving, we'll be entering the last month of the second quarter. Mr. Speaker, we are approving amount formulas that will be used from January to June, January to December. A whole year, half a year is almost gone. The formulas are not here. And Mr. Speaker, this thing, we've just returned from almost all the 16 regions as Committee of Local Government and Rural Development. Mr. Speaker, the assemblies are suffering. So if we say contingent upon the presentation of this formula for this Assembly Common Fund before we pass it, there is a law regarding it. The rest of the offices must comply with the law by making sure that they present the formula for this Assembly Common Fund to Parliament on time, for it to be approved and for monies to be sent to them. So, Speaker, I'm saying this because there's a circular to them that no district assembly should procure or spend an amount more than 2,000 Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, a whole district assembly cannot do procurement for more than 2,000 cedis. And all these issues should be set aside, going for vetting to be reappointed. So, like the decentralization concept is totally collapsed. So, Speaker, we must put pressure for the formula to be presented to the House, for the House to approve, and for the monies to be sent to the decentralized units to start working. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, GET fund formula is also included. National Health Insurance formula is included. Mr. Speaker, do we have people occupying these offices or new ones are going to be appointed? If it's the old one, just bring the formula for us to go ahead and approve. We don't want to be told that Parliament is not showing. It's good the chairman and the leader of the House has included this in the business statement. But the caveat is what I'm worried about, that contingent upon the presentation of the formula, which is right, meaning the board is not in our court. If they don't bring them, we cannot pass. But let nobody sit somewhere and say that Parliament has not approved the formula.
Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. I have to go and attend to some.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm joining the leader to send that it should not only be contingent upon their presentation. Parliament must put pressure for the formulas to be presented on time. For the formula to be presented on time, for the House to approve, so that the letter there, the circular there, which is tightening the hands of the coordinating directors because there are no DCEs, that you cannot procure more than 2,000 Ghana cedis as a whole decentralized unit, Mr. Speaker, is not work. Somebody must pick for the district assemblies, and somebody must do his job for the money to be sent. So, Mr. Speaker, that is my only concern, so long as the business statement for next week is concerned. For this week is concerned. So, if this week we are talking of them to be presented next week when they are presented, and we approve them the following week, then when we approve them before they go to them, then when will the money be sent to the assemblies? If you are not interested in this assembly concern, we should say it. You should not be creating distress, giving people position, give them resources to work, then we are sitting on the resources. This is my concern, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, I can't see any
At the
other
expense of the
person.
dying masses. At the expense
So
of the dying masses.
will call on the chairman of the business committee if he has anything to respond to what has been submitted by Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. He may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I share the concern raised by the deputy, the first deputy. Mr. Speaker, I share the concern raised by the first deputy whip of the minority in respect of where we are as a country. And Mr. Speaker, I think his worry is on my use of the word contingent. Mr. Speaker, he must know that you can't put something on nothing. If it doesn't come, we can approve of the formula. That's the point that I made. But if you heard me right, I went further to say that the formula shall have to be presented latest next week for us to approve of them. And we will insist that they do that. Indeed, yesterday when I met them, I raised the issues with all of them. The Minister for Health, the Minister for Education, and the Minister for Local Government. So they are all aware that by next week they should be submitting the formula to us for approval. And Mr. Speaker, I think we must also set the record straight. There's not been any circular to any DC to step aside until reappointed. There was something circulating, but it's not authentic. It is a seal from the president or from the minister responsible for local government. However, it was put in circulation. Only the originators know. But further to that, there's been another letter to disclaim ownership of that letter as emanating from the presidency or from the minister responsible for local government. It's important because the coordinating directors themselves are not spending offices. They cannot spend if they are not authorized. And the reason why that circular went out, that they shouldn't, on their own, generate any expenditure is the import of it. But happily, the process, I think it started last week, and it's ongoing in the various regions. And I believe in the next couple of weeks it will end, and the announcements will come from the president. So, Mr. Speaker, let's just hold our peace, except to insist that the formula in respect to Assembly's Common Funds, the GET funds, and the NHIA are also submitted on time for approval, for consideration and approval by Parliament. I agree with him in that regard. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable members, the business statement as presented is hereby adopted. Item number 5. The Right Honourable Honourable Leader, any directives?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to come under Order 53-2 to seek your leave, alter the business as set out on the order paper for today, so that I could present the papers listed under item 6. And then you may go back to item 5 to consider the statement that is before you. If you indulge me, Mr. Speaker, as I said, it's an appeal to you to grant me leave to accomplish the business set out as item number 6.
Very well. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have no objection except that we want to know whether those people listed here are ready for distribution, because the standing order says as soon as sufficient copies are ready for distribution, the papers can be laid. Once they are ready to be distributed, we have no objection.
Mr. Speaker, visibility will be granted after I have laid the document.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented.
Semi-annual report of the Bank of Ghana on the Ghana Petroleum Funds for the period July 1st to December 31st, 2020.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report.
Annual report on the staffing position of the Office of the President for the period 1st January to 31st December 2020.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented and is referred to the Committee on Employment and Social Welfare and State Enterprises. Majority Leader.
Annual report of the University of Professional Studies, Accra, UPSA, for the year 2020.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented and referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and report.
Budget performance report in respect of the Office of the Special Prosecutor for the period January to December 2020.
Honorable members, they are represented and is referred to the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs for consideration and report.
Budget performance report in respect of the National Commission for Civic Education for the period January to December 2020.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented and is referred to the Committee on Special Budget for consideration and report.
Budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of Monitoring and Evaluation for the period January to December 2020.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented and referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report. Honorable members, item number 5. Statement. The Right Honorable Speaker has accepted or admitted commemorative statement on African Day, which is observed by African Union members on every 25th May, and today there is a commemorative statement that stands in the name of Honorable Member for North Tongue, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Abrakwa. Honorable Member, you may take the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm most indebted to you for the opportunity to deliver this commemorative statement to mark Africa Day, which is observed on the 25th of May annually by member states of the African Union. It is quite fortuitous, Mr. Speaker, that this August House resumes work after recess on this auspicious day. As we thank the Almighty for His grace and mercies in preserving us together to pursue constitutional imperatives and carry out the expectations of our constituents, we must use this significant coincidence to reflect on how we can rekindle the Pan-African spirit and work assiduously towards achieving the dreams of our founding fathers. Mr. Speaker, whether observed as a holiday or a working commemorative day, today is a great day for all true Pan-Africans and friends of Africa all over the world. Since 25th May 1963, Africa Liberation Day has been observed as a constant reminder that colonialism, neo-colonialism, and imperialism must be defeated in all its forms and guises. To the credit of our forebears, when the first Accra Conference of Independent African States was called by the Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah on 15 April 1958, only 8 African countries had been liberated from the shackles of colonialism and imperialism. However, due to their iron opposition to colonialism and granite resolve to liquidate these evils from the face of Africa, to put it in Nkrumah's own words, they ensured the political independence struggle was won in no time. Mr. Speaker, what has eluded our beloved continent since the victory over colonialism is economic emancipation. Data from the United Nations, the World Bank, and the Brookings Institution aligned that 70% of the world's poorest people live in Africa, which remains the last frontier in the fight against extreme poverty. Sadly, according to the Brookings Institution, at current trends, Africa will represent approximately 87% of the global poor by 2030. And that will mean that we shall be unable to meet Sustainable Development Goal 1, which enjoins us to eradicate extreme poverty by 2030. Mr. Speaker, we all know that Africa is the youngest continent with almost 60% of the population under the age of 25. The population of sub-Saharan Africa is projected by UN data to double by 2050. Despite this stark reality, opportunities have been few for the continent's youth. The African Development Bank reports that of the 12 million young people who enter Africa's labor force on an annual average, only 3.1 million real jobs are created. In addition to limited opportunities, there is a growing feeling amongst African youth that their leadership are disconnected from them and do not appreciate their needs. The UNDP believes that Africa's wide gap between the governors and the governed, the widest in the world, may be a key factor. Whereas the average age of African presidents is 62, the median age of Africa's population is 19.5, under 20 years. Mr. Speaker, the African youth, reminiscent of the days of the West Africa Students' Union dynamism, which heralded independence on the spark of the WASU Paris and Manchester conferences, are demanding a change in living conditions and agitating for improved good governance that delivers the hopes and aspirations of an independent Africa. Africa's youth are no longer sitting on the fence, neither are they docile. They are mobilizing and impacting greatly with the tools of the digital age. From the youth-led protests that ousted strongman President Bashir of Sudan in 2018, the Robert Bobi Wine Sentamu Crusade, Fees Must Fall movement in South Africa, the End SARS campaign in Nigeria, and the Fix the Country Now agitations in Ghana. They all go beyond mere hashtags. They are the voices of millions of smart and talented activists who are determined to positively affect the fortunes of Africa, commendably staying in the continent to make their voices heard, instead of embarking on a perilous expedition across the Mediterranean in search of the proverbial greener pastures in Europe. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, we must all, as leaders, use this day to reflect on how we can meet the legitimate expectations of these young Africans through timely transformational leadership. Mr. Speaker, our continent's predicament can potentially become even more precarious when one considers the fact that the African Union failed rather abysmally to achieve its agenda of silencing the guns by 2020, which was ratified in 2013 and followed by the Lusaka Roadmap to End Conflict by 2020, adopted in 2016. Here we are in 2021, a year after the target date, and unfortunately the guns got louder instead of being silenced. The Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project reveals that by the end of 2019, Africa recorded a whopping 21,600 incidents of armed conflict. All around us, Mr. Speaker, is an insurgency moving southwards from the Sahel region. We cannot feign ignorance about the havoc terrorists have wrought in many African countries, not excluding Burkina Faso, Chad, Libya, Guinea, Nigeria, Cameroon, South Sudan, Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Mali. Conflicts have continued in Mozambique, Ethiopia's Tigray region, Somalia, and Burundi as I speak. We must all agree and be quaking in our boots that any continent with these characteristics, that is over 60% of the population under 25, massive unemployment, fewer opportunities, plentiful theaters of conflict, proliferation of small arms, and a perception that leadership is disconnected, presents a veritable explosive cocktail. All true Pan-Africanists and advocates of a peaceful and just world must be committed to urgent steps to redeem this quagmire. Failure is not an option. Mr. Speaker, we must therefore commend African leaders for the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Initiative, under Nkrumah's vision, which he long espoused, and that is why it is most befitting that Ghana is privileged to host the Secretariat. It is crucial that steps are redoubled, particularly in this era of post-COVID economic recovery, to create an industrialized Africa where jobs will be readily available for the youth of the continent. AfCFTA must not and cannot afford to be a sleeping giant. Its full economic potential must be realized in our lifetime. Mr. Speaker, the AU Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, must begin to bear fruits through deliberate pragmatic policies and convince all that unlike silencing the guns by 2020, this target shall be met. And meeting that noble target has only one banner, which Osajifo brilliantly captured in his 1970 authored book from his base in Conakry, titled Africa Must Unite. Nkrumah emphatically argues, quote, unless Africa is politically united under an all-African Union government, I take it again, politically united under an all-African Union government, there can be no solution to our political and economic problems. The thesis for Africa Must Unite remains unassailable, unquote. The Mali Empire, the Songhai Empire of Gao, and the great state of Kanem, not forgetting intellectual centers such as Djenné and Timbuktu, whose colleges could exchange scholars with Spain and others. All these were long before Prince Henry the Navigator in 1394 to 1460, Bartholomew Diaz in 1488, and some 10 years later, Vasco da Gama, all claimed to have discovered Africa. Mr. Speaker, Africa shall rise again. Our glorious heritage shall guide us to an even more prosperous and equitable future. May I convey to you, Mr. Speaker, an expression of my deepest gratitude for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Let me invite Honourable Member for Ebuaka South.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement scholarly put together by my Okujeto Ablakwa, the MP for North Dong. As usual, Right Honourable Speaker, all the statements from this honourable member is well researched and scholarly, and I think it's something worth emulating. Honourable Speaker, the theme for Africans Day, as we commemorate it today, is arts, culture, and heritage for building the Africa we want. Honourable Speaker, it seems to me that instinctively Africans are used to dancing and drumming. Instinctively. There's no occasion that we want to have that we don't hear drumming and dancing and the rest of it. But art goes beyond that. I'm telling you that if we don't even find ways to patent what we do by way of art and export what we produce for international consumption, we'll be at the level of drumming and dancing. The kind of films we want to put together, the kind of cinematography we want to put together, should all be patented and exported to where it matters so we can earn foreign exchange. The maker of the statement paints a very gloomy picture of Africa, and I want to quote and make a few comments and resume my seat. Page 3, the second paragraph. We must all agree and be quaking in our boots that any continent with these characteristics, over 60% of the population under 25, massive unemployment, fewer opportunities, plentiful theaters of conflict, proliferation of small arms, and the perception that leadership is disconnected, sends a veritable explosive cocktail. All true Pan-Africanists and advocates of a peaceful and just world must be committed to urgent steps to redeem this quagmire. Failure is not an option. Indeed, failure is not an option, and the picture painted is sad indeed. We got very far from when we started African Union. Honourable Speaker, two things, in my humble view, hold the key to the future of a great Africa. The first is constitutionalism. Honourable Speaker, constitutionalism is when the people determine that their governance should not be man-based, but it is obeisance to superior law. That's what they call the Constitution. So if you pay regard to our constitutional arrangement since 1992, this great country has a governance based on what we have agreed upon, encapsulating our hopes and aspirations and reduced into a book. Africa has been bedeviled by man rule for too long. It is a pleasure of a man, and because we have this chief round, sometimes most African countries have believed that Africa is now another extension of chieftaincy, and a man wants to rule a nation until eventually he dies. Constitutionalism will also nip in the bud some of the serious conflicts. Most of the serious conflicts are related to a man who wants to rule for his life, not under a decent constitution like we have. And then people will take up arms to try and oust them. Yes, Africa is rife with conflicts. There is no way we can have serious development. Africa should come to terms with constitutionalism, and that is the way of life, in which it's not your pleasure, like in Ghana, no matter how good you are, immediately you do 2 terms. The Constitution forbids that you should continue. That is the way to go. The second point is industrialization, as you rightly said. Honourable Speaker, all those who do serious developmental undertakings converge on the point that if you are a dealer in raw material only, you can never progress in development. And this is what I define as. raw material producers. There is no value addition for us to export our natural endowment, so we earn good money, which would affect and impact on the economy. We should move from Africa must unite. It is a very good concept. Sloganeering is not equal to industrialization. Industrialization is when we are serious that the machines of the 1D, 1F concept are produced here. We want to do one district, one factory, but if all the machines for such an undertaking are imported, how can we seriously say we are affecting the economy? That is why it is my humble view that the integrated aluminium industry, the well-endowed resource side, Achebi and Yinahim, should be given some prominence. So we industrialize basic tools for farming. We should never import them. Even aeroplane parts can be done on the back of integrated aluminium industry. Right, Mr. Speaker, it is my humble view that if we embark on constitutionalism and industrialization, we move from the slogans of and the dreams of our founding fathers will be realized. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm also grateful to my colleague who is so scholarly, and I want to emulate him. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Let me invite Honourable Member Temale Central.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by my colleague, Honourable Okujeto. This statement certainly could not have come at any time appropriate than the very day we have started our sitting again after we went on recess. Right, Honourable Speaker, I can't, but I agree in absolucy of all the issues raised, the challenges confronting us, and the way forward. Permit me to also indicate some of the things I consider to be some of the challenges confronting us, for which reason we are where we are. As a matter of fact, those challenges certainly may not be new to most of us or all of us. There is no denying the fact that unemployment has been a challenge confronting the entire sub-region. In fact, the ILO have indicated that the continent has a cumulative unemployment rate of 6%. And unemployment rate is something that is worrying. And that the jobs that are even available are largely unskilled or sub-skilled jobs. So what it simply means is that even the jobs that are available are not jobs that can propel the growth of any country. There is no denying the fact that no country can develop without first and foremost looking at the human resource base of the state. To the extent that your labor is not skilled, they can only make do with the jobs that are available that cannot propel the growth of your economy. Right, Honourable Speaker? The question then is, how do we overcome this challenge? How do we ensure that we improve upon the skill of the labor force of our respective countries? The best way we can do that is to emphasize access to education. And when I say access to education, I'm not just limiting it to making it free, but ensuring that the free that we have made should be qualitative. If you have free education and it is only quantitative and not qualitative, you may be deceiving yourself. Right, Honourable Speaker, another challenge that confronts us hugely is our underinvestment. And it is estimated that for us to be able to improve the living conditions of our people and create the needed jobs that can take care of the unemployment mass of our people, is that the continent collectively is about $130 to $170 billion annually in infrastructure investment, particularly fiscal infrastructure. Now, it is not a fact that we are not investing, but what is affecting this investment is that beast out there, and that beast is corruption. There is corruption in every fabric of the African society, unfortunately and sadly. And since Ghana is a member of that collective continent of Africa, we will not deny the fact that there is corruption in every fabric of our society. Right Honorable Speaker, I can't even tell whether we wouldn't have that elements of corruption in this house. If you all agree that there is corruption in every fabric of our society and every single institution is not insulated, then it stands to reason that we may find traces of that corruption even in this august house. We need collective effort as a people to fight this. And my appeal is that since we seem to be more religious than even religious people in Africa and in this country, I think that our religious leaders have a moral duty and a responsibility that in their preachings in the churches and in the mosques and in the synagogues and in the shrines, they need to emphasize that the issue of corruption is ungodly, the issue of fighting corruption is a moral duty, and that we must all collectively fight it. Because if you do not do that, we would have investment every single year that is supposed to create the needed jobs. Those jobs will not be created because someone somewhere is taking what otherwise would have been given to create that jobs. I'll give a classical example. A road is being constructed in a community. You have people within that community who are employed to work on that particular infrastructure. Those same people steal cement that is supposed to be used for the roads. Now, if you are supposed to use about 100 bags of cement for a bridge, the people who are engaged in that job take about 20 bags. And the 80 bags which will be used to construct a bridge that needed 100 bags for the estimate and engineering, decision taking. That bridge wouldn't last longer as expected. That you find who will be urging those who are engaged in that particular thievery. There's no denying the fact that yes, the allegations of corruption every day is attributed to politicians. I'm not going to defend politicians. Some politicians are fantastically corrupt. But I think that corruption should go beyond politicians. Every single individual in this nation, every single institution in this country, every single institution across the continent of Africa has a moral duty and a responsibility to fight this canker. And sometimes I am tempted to agree with Aristotle when he said that society can only change if leaders become philosophers or philosophers become leaders. So in support of this statement, in overcoming the challenges that confront us, perhaps we need to take solace in that statement that all of us, including this house, we try to become philosophers. Else, we would come and make these statements again next year without any positive side as we are marching towards improving the lot and improving the living conditions of our people. With these few words, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to that brilliant statement, well-received statement made by my comrade, friend, and a brother. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable, are you up on your feet?
Yes, I'm upset.
Okay. Which constituency, please?
Nelson Tremor.
Come again?
East constituency.
Come again?
Brekum East.
Oh, okay.
Constituency.
Okay. We have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to contribute to comment on the statement made by my senior colleague, Honorable Samuel Kujeto Ablakwa. Yesterday marks AU Day, and the theme for this year's celebration is as culture and heritage, levers for building the Africa we want. Since 25th May 1963, of course, the independent Africa we have all wished, yes, we have achieved, yet the political and economic freedom that we have also wished for, we haven't. The Speaker touched on series of issues concerning the uprisings and agitations which the youth of Africa has exhibited, which is linked up to, number one, leadership efficiency, and number two, Africa on our inability to unite as a common body or as a single continent. Few words I want to share on this is on the leadership deficiency. I use this platform to urge us all, based on the theme of this year's celebration, or this year's celebration, to unite as a common people, to exhibit competency in our leadership now that we are representative of our various constituencies, that we will repackage, rebrand our culture, our art, our everything as Africans, so we can tell it out there to the people, to conform to the last paragraph of which my senior touched on, that Africa has been booked down or has been confirmed as the beginnings of civilization. So we need to live to that task. We need to portray to the Western world, to the whole world, that of course we are civilized by our way of living, by repackaging and rebranding our culture and our art and selling out there. I think this is one of the things, this is one of the ways we can show great leadership of which the world is looking or seeking from Africa. I wouldn't say much. With these few words, I commend the maker of the statement once again. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable member, let me give the floor to the lady.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like your kind permission to applaud my younger brother, Togbewa Beji, also known as Samuel Okujetua Blakwa, MP for North Town, for this brilliant presentation this morning. I identify with all that he has said in his statement, and only rise to add that if the theme for this celebration is art, culture, and heritage, and we look at it as building blocks for the Africa that we want, then I want to urge this House and this country to take a second look at the ways in which we allow foreign content on our airwaves. What kind of opportunities will be there for our young people and our sector's growth if we do not measure the of information that we relay on our television stations, specifically all the TV stations in our country right now do not limit themselves to the 70% of content from Ghana and 30% from foreign content. The reverse is rather true. Everybody is showing some kind of telenovela that is not adding any value to the culture, the art, and the heritage that we seek to preserve as a people. We are squeezing out the job opportunities for our young people if we do not take measures, stringent measures, to address this situation. Mr. Speaker, 12 years after the AU was formed, the ECOWAS came into being, allowing us free movement of goods and people. But I dare say that in the wake of COVID, we have not been able to do much. I want to use this opportunity to appeal to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana to look at the border communities in our country and the adverse effect of the closure of the COVID. I think that if we are able to put in protocols to open the airports, we can do same to open the borders for our people to be able to get their daily bread. The land borders, I want to also commend all the contributors to this statement and to say that the Africa we want is only achievable if we put our shoulders to the wheel and stop copying and emulating what is done in other countries at the expense of what we should be doing with our own art, our culture, and our heritage. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now, Honorable Kofi Amabua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Let me thank the maker of the statement, Honorable Okujeto Abdullah of South Town, for this very important statement. To commemorate to mark the African Union Day. Mr. Speaker, the question must be asked, how are we doing in Africa? I think that is a very fair question to ask on this day. What happened to our forward march to economic emancipation? What is the state of Africa? The maker of the statement, Mr. Speaker, described the state of Africa, paragraph and I quote. We must all agree and be quick in our boots that any continent with these characteristics, over 60% of the population under 25 years, massive unemployment, fewer opportunities, plentiful theaters of conflict, proliferation of small arms, and perception that leadership is disconnected, presents a veritable explosive cocktail. The Speaker, indeed, that statement is very true. We are sitting on a time bomb. And you want to know why I say that, Mr. Speaker? Just look at the COVID and how this whole continent was found wanting and miserable and looking as beggars, hoping that somebody will bring us vaccines. Mr. Speaker, but why do we have to be sad? We have to be sad because it is as if God has given us everything to make us succeed. Every computer, every laptop you see in this world, raw materials, lying the Democratic Republic of Congo. Is it gold? We have no clue what to do with this. Every place you touch in Ghana is gold. Yeah, what are we saying? We can't even control what we have. Mr. Speaker, we can't even point to one gold refinery industry here that makes us proud. We have to go to Switzerland to find the most refined diamond and gold. Mr. Speaker, I just visited Hershey's Park. Hershey's is the biggest buyer of Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire's cocoa. You go there and you look at what they've done. In fact, they have a lab showcasing where the cocoa comes from, and the children parks they've created, the things they've done. Kwame Nkrumah, Ameka Cabra, and others must be crying in their graves. Mr. Speaker, but there's something that we have not realized. We refuse to learn our history and what has brought us into where we are. Mr. Speaker, Africa is at war. What was Kwame Nkrumah's crime? He just simply believed in an ideology of a new Africa, economically strong, independent, absolutely free from imperial domination. Today, the verdict is out. The reason he was overthrown with betrayers from his own country is because the CIA, working with the British, met, plotted, and said, this man was so forceful in bringing Africa together and make it economically too strong and give the youth of Africa hope. He has to be removed. We should think about it. And I'm not saying it, just read the classified documents of the CIA. Mr. Speaker, every African leader that has emerged, that is focusing on empowering Africa and making us economically strong, is kind of removed. And we are so determined to make sure that we swallow their institutions of domination. The World Bank, the IMF, we know it. And that's all we are. That's where every day. Mr. Speaker, we can't even add value to anything that we have comparative advantage. Can't add value to anything. And we all know it among itself. 2019 report, $470 billion of trade. Africa could only boast of 40 billion of it. All the rest was outside Africa. Everything we buy outside Africa. Mr. Speaker, we have to be very sad. But we cannot be sad and just fold our arms in defeat. The young people of this African continent must wake up and believe that the 21st century is ours. That we can just work together with diligent and hard work. And you do not have to do it on a continental level. We must simply brighten the corner everywhere we are and give our people some hope. This is the only way that the Africa we all dream of will come true. Mr. Speaker, on a day like this, we must talk about our own country, Ghana, in the context of Africa. We are celebrating the headquarters of the African Continental Free Trade. But what is our preparation? Exactly what are we doing to make sure we can compete in an Africa where it is open? Are we able to compete with Morocco when it comes to the textile industry? Are we able to compete with Nigeria and others? How ready are we? On a daily basis, we are fighting with Nigerians who are trading and selling kippa. How are we ready? Mr. Speaker, it is time for very serious leadership. A leadership that can convince everybody that we sacrifice knowing that we can succeed tomorrow. Osajifu Dr. Kwame Nkrumah leaves. He says that as for him, he is dead and gone. But the foundation he's laid, the truth he spoke, stays forever. May the new generation of Africa understand that we can go back and pick the pieces and continue to make Africa rise again. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Oh, Lord.
I am inclined to invite the leadership. Let me give Honorable Member for Afejetu South.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable, hold on.
Mr. Speaker, just for the records, you invited Honorable Defiamapo to make his comments on the statement by Honorable Okudzeto-Ablakwa. I rather heard the voice of Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa. And Mr. Speaker, thereafter I saw Honorable Defiamapo up again, and he appears to have lost the opportunity to the Member of Parliament for Afejetu. So, Mr. Speaker, just want to be sure whether the records have it that Defiamapo has spoken.
Honorable Member for Afejetu South.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to the statement made by my senior colleague, Honorable Okudzeto-Ablakwa. Right,
Honorable Member, hold on once again. With regards to the time that we find ourselves in, for purpose of records, I extend time beyond sitting. Honorable Member, I may continue.
Right Honorable Speaker, the theme for the celebration of African Day today is arts, culture, and heritage, levers for building the Africa we want. I quote from the statement made by my brother. Mr. Speaker, the theme is worth deliberating because we can find a lot of thematic areas to discuss with the theme, or to discuss the theme. Today, we sitting here as members of Parliament, and of course Africans, are commenting about today's celebration or commemorating the program, today's activity or program. How do we build this Africa when even the pencils we use here or pens we use here are brought to us from China or wherever? Mr. Speaker, how do we also build the Africa we want when all our fabrics we use in sewing our clothes are not made in a country of Ghana or in Africa? In fact, when you when you look around, or since I came to Parliament in 2017, I stand to be corrected though, I've never seen any member, including myself, the tie and dye that is produced here. Even the GTP fabric, most of us are unable to afford it. Right, Honorable Speaker. Can we get there one day when we can boast of buying what we produce here and eating it and wearing whatever we produce in this country? Right, Honorable Speaker, I cannot even move from Leklebi Kame or Leklebi Tono, that shares border with Togo. I cannot even go across without questions or without visa to go to that country. So how are we going to build the Africa we want? Mr. Speaker, I am worried about our future and I'm worried about the future of our children. I think we need, as a House, to take some of these things into consideration. The borders of this country have been closed for close to a year, and nobody is talking about it. How do we visit our people? How do we go there to transact business when we have to go through several processes to be able to cross to another African country? Mr. Speaker, another consideration or another thought on the need to reopen the borders and all other borders in this African continent so that we can visit our brothers all over in Africa without the visas. We can wear what we produce here, and the chocolates, the rice, the maize, and everything that we produce in our country because we are Africans and we want to build Africa. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now let me give the last opportunity to Honorable Member for Afitu. Is it Afitu West?
West.
Afitu Senior West. Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Congratulations to my senior colleague, Honorable Samuel Kujita Blackwa, for this statement. Arts, culture, and heritage, levers for building the Africa we want. That's a theme for the AU Day, which falls today. The question is, what is the Africa we want? Individually, we all have our aspirations, but collectively, what do we want? And how are we going to get that ideal Africa? Sometimes we are called the dark continent and it's all doom and gloom. But there are days when we should just look at the glass half full than half empty. There's something we have. Our unique arts, culture, and heritage is unique to us alone. I come from two continents. I am half African, I am half European. So I can have a slight basis to compare the two. But the African culture, heritage, and arts, scenery, institutions, industry is very different from what the Europeans have. It was a give and take. It was maybe one way, two way, But now, at least with hindsight of history, we cannot just always call it doom and gloom. As Africans, what do we want? What competitive advantages can we push culture and our heritage? Do we have enough museums, for example, across the continent, whether virtual or brick and mortar, to actually showcase our history and our culture and our talents and our heritage? What other means can we use to do that? And also earn a good income from something like that? Because sometimes maybe we always think that art and culture is just about drumming and dancing. It is not. Everybody has a story to tell. If we tell our stories well as Africans, I bet that they'll be very profound. Apart from not looking at the glass half empty all the time, we must also remember that civilization is measured in the realm of art, culture, and heritage. And if Africa wants to move to the next level, in the next realm, combining that with technology, I believe that we're making good progress. Our heritage is as diverse as it is unique on the African continent. And I think that sometimes, perhaps we have not made the most out of it. But as individual countries and continents, we must do more, spend more, budget more on the industries that will link us up with art, heritage, and culture. Why am I saying this? The tourism industry is one. If Ghanaians, coastal communities that are often fishing, that their mainstay is fishing, are complaining about additional income, it is because maybe our tourism industry is not that well developed along the coast. With the number of forts and castles that we have in Ghana alone, we should not be complaining. We should put it to use, sweat the assets that we have, and make sure that something economical or more economical comes out from what we have. Our art, culture, and our heritage is unique to us. To grow the Africa we want, or the Ghana we want, I'm certain that if you look at the competitive advantage that we as a country have over other countries in the sub-region, with our peace and our security and all other good adages that Ghana has, I believe that as a continent as a whole, we'll be able to make Africa a place worth living, a place worth dying for, and a place worth being the Africa that we want. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now leadership.
Thank you. Right. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make few comments on the statement ably made by my good friend, Honourable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, who is the ranking member of the Committee for Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, this is a very good statement, a very good commemorative statement, which every African must ponder over and remember that we have such a continent today. Or I stand here as a legislator or as an MP, and I'm speaking today because the earlier leaders denied themselves of certain comfort and came together as Africans and put up this structure that liberated the whole Africa of colonization and brought the countries together, which made it possible to liberate ourselves from colonial rule. Today we are speaking and we are remembering them. Because of the legacy they left, mention can be made of President Kwame Nkrumah. The Speaker, I heard one professor, Professor Lumumba from Kenya, apologizing on behalf of Africans to Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And his statement is like this: "Oh, Nkrumah, you told us so. You lost the debate. Africans should have listened to you." And Professor Lumumba was referring to what happened in 1963, when African leaders, 32 African leaders, met to think about the formalization of African unity. All that Nkrumah said about the future is what is happening now. So according to the renowned professor, Professor Lumumba, what he says that if the 32 African countries, African leaders, had listened to the wisdom in the debate and argument Professor Dr. Kwame Nkrumah put across, Africa, we wouldn't have been at where we are today. So, according to the professor, I said, Nkrumah, you told us so. We should have listened to you. But Mr. Speaker, the painful aspect is this. What the African leaders refused to take from Kwame Nkrumah, what the European leaders even chastised Nkrumah on, 50 years after the demise of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, they went back to take the European Union. Nkrumah, the African and the Ghanaian son, saw it long ago that unless Africans unite, there can be no economic liberation or economic empowerment. So when he got independent for Ghana, what he said, oh, the independence of Ghana is meaningless unless it is linked up with the total liberation of the whole African continent. God being so good, the Speaker, because it was the vision of Kwame Nkrumah, he denied himself a certain comfort, left a legacy in Mali, left a legacy in Guinea, left a legacy in Burkina, a legacy in Ghana. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, he was able to bring almost all the African leaders together, hence the formation of the Organization of African Unity. 58 years down the line, we are beginning to forget about such an enviable legacy. Mr. Speaker, all that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah spoke about, he spoke about African free continental free trade, African integration, South-South cooperation, seeing ourselves as one big. Today we struggle for visas to go to US. How many states constitute the United States of America? Are they not superpowers because they are together? It pays to be united. There is unity and strength. There is power in unity. So this is what they were fighting for. And Mr. Speaker, the 4-year period for our governance structure is too short. So, after the demise of Nkrumah, the late Professor Evans Atta Mills, who was in Nkrumah's politics, came to see some wisdom in what Nkrumah was preaching. Today we are talking of African continental free trade. Mr. Speaker, who started it? I was part of the parliamentary delegation that went to Egypt, Mr. Speaker, led by Professor Michael Quay, to go and canvass for the hosting of the secretariat in Ghana here. And it was a continuity. Mr. Speaker, when our team was going to Egypt, by then, the Professor Mills Mahama administration had finished building the secretariat for the African continental free trade. So we went with the pictures, and we went to see the Egyptian president, just to intercede on behalf of Ghana for the Egyptians to withdraw, for Ghana to hold the secretariat. And when Professor Mills in 2017 took the pictures of the secretariat the Mills Mahama administration has built for the hosting of African continental free trade, they said, oh, Ghana, you are ahead of us. We were now thinking of going to lobby for the secretariat to come and put up a structure. So if Ghana has already seen the wisdom in hosting the secretariat and had already built the secretariat, then we cannot compete. Professor Mills then continued to say that Egypt, you are our brothers, and even our wife. So we cannot compete with you. And Mr. Speaker, I saw the diplomatic skills lobbying by a former diplomat. Speaker Okwe prepared very well. He built on the foundation of the Mills Mahama administration. We were not now going to ask for the African continental free trade. It had already been built. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this. If this current administration were to lobby and now come and build a secretariat, it would have been very difficult. So we should continue and take wisdom from the activities of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, Nancy Azikiwe, Haile Selassie, Jomo Kenyatta, how they recognize themselves as a united people, came together with a common vision. That is how can they achieve it. And when the Nana administration recognized the contribution of the North Mahama administration on the hosting of Africa at continental free trade, and did not want it to go in waste, and they continued from it, we succeeded in that. That is not the only thing. The North Mahama administration, in building the secretariat, were also strengthening the indigenous banks. So, Speaker, we are weak. We have the secretariat and we are trumpeting that all right. Oh, African continental free trade, African continental free trade. There can be no economic empowerment without building of indigenous banks and indigenous financial pillars. The Chinese, in trying to think about decolonizing Africa, they brought Bank of China. If you go to East Africa, there's Bank of China everywhere. If you come to Ghana, the Indians in marketing in Ghana, there's Bank of Baroda and Bank of Africa here. If you come to here, you have SGSSB, which is the bank for the France. There's Standard Chartered Bank and Barclays Bank, which is the bank of the UK. Ghana, what are our banks? You are going to compete with the world in doing business, African continental trade. Mention your. This is the way to go. The political liberation is long achieved. We should now talk of economic emancipation, helping the private sector. The standards and all those things were to help the timber merchants. What are our banks? So collectively, we should not be only happy, oh, we are hosting the African continental trade. The Nigerians here have the Access Bank. The Nigerians here have the UBA Bank. They have a number of Nigerian banks here. So any Nigerian businessman who is going to look for a loan to finance his business in the African continental free trade, you don't have a bank. Can you compete with him? Even though you have built a house, you will sleep on the veranda and you rent it to somebody and he will be sleeping in the bedroom. So, Speaker, these are critical issues. So today should not just be a commemorative day. Today should be a day to reflect on the legacies left by the earlier leaders and think of what we should be remembered for. You are remembering Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta, Haile Selassie. After then, which African leader, apart from Gaddafi, should they be remembered for? Mr. Speaker, the fight has not ended. The struggle has not ended. We are being overtaken by economic issues. And when you read this rising unemployment rate, armed robbery, if you go to Mali, rebels are taking over half of the country. Go to Burkina, half of the country is gone. If you go to the borders, there are terrorists all over. You go to so the Africans that was liberated by OAU is not as peaceful as it used to be. And care must be taken that economic issues must define our new vision. Today, our president was to address the African Union in South Africa. Right today or yesterday. Mr. Speaker, meanwhile, the day had already been downgraded. What the whole Africa is praising Ghana for, African Union Day, is now a mere commemorative day. It's no more a holiday. And how I wish today were to be a holiday. My president is addressing the OAU or the AU summit. Then I will sit in and be taking wisdom. The Kwame Nkrumah 32 years, 58 years debate is long and gone. I wasn't alive. But today, I wish President Akufo-Addo would be addressing the African Union. Then the entire Ghanaian country will be glued to our TV and be watching him. Why do we always watch them when they go to UN? They are going to African Union, then that one, you downgrade it. You downgrade it, and today you are going to be the guest speaker. Who will listen to you? How many of you here know that today the president will be addressing African Union? Nobody. So it's like, Mr. Speaker, we have critical issues. And this statement, if it had not taken the Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablafa, who is a ranking member, where would have been the commemorative statement? Nobody was to bring a statement for us to commemorate today. Because these are critical issues. I went to Namibia with my colleagues on the other side. Mr. Speaker, they gave us free hotels, they gave us free nights because of Kwame Nkrumah. And you know what they said? They said when they were fighting for their independence, they were given scholarship by Ghana in the University of Ghana. They've not forgotten this. Namibia, fighting for their independence. Ghana, how Ghana assisted them to gain their independence. So when they see any Ghanaian, they want to worship you. Mr. Speaker, the earlier leaders left a legacy. And Mr. Speaker, wherever there is inclusion and integration, there is success. In 2009, when the late Mahama administration were in government, and they played all inclusive by including Mr. Kwame Pianin from the MPP in the economic management team. Mr. Speaker, it now stands tall that they thought about Ghana and left a legacy that no government has been able to equal that status. The highest GDP growth rate of 14.40%, nobody. Because it was an all-inclusive thinking. It was a Ghanaian interest. And I'm not surprised that even when the Mahama administration came, they still were including the PA or Safma and Co. And I remember how even the Kufuor administration also integrated PB Obing. And that's where they left a legacy. So, if we want to see some Africa, it should be an Africa where my brother Afenyo Maki and Magusel will meet and think about Ghana and not MPP NDC. That is the only way to go. Professor Moses has showed the way. With his inclusion of the all-inclusive type of governance, he left a GDP growth rate of 14.40, which no government in any party. It's an enviable record. That is indelible. So it is the way to go. With this few words, Mr. Speaker, I know it's a commemorative day. I've deliberately raised it thought-provoking so that when we go, we should be thinking of how to empower our indigenous banks, to empower the private sector, and how to do things in a way that will have a vision that this is the Africa we want to see, the Ghana we want to see. I thank you for the opportunity.
Now, Honorable Member for Afutu and Deputy Leader in the House.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the treasure space to make my own comment on this statement. Mr. Speaker, I was privileged to have seen the statement prior to it being read on the House floor. And I must add my voice to colleagues who have commended highly Honorable Kujota Blacko for putting together this statement. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to many of my colleagues who have had the chance to speak on this issue. Ordinarily, I would have said adding anything more would have been superfluous. However, some few other thoughts that are yet to be expressed are held by me, and I think that this opportunity affords me the space to do so. Mr. Speaker, but on a lighter note, before my submission, I must say that Honorable Amakofi Buwa was at his best. You know, when issues of Pan-Africanism are raised, you see he and his Jomoro MP, since they are from the Nzuma area, they are in a happy mood to talk about Nkrumah, and rightly so. And I don't know whether the allegation that they don't speak Nzima is right, because some people say Jomoro MP and Amakofi Buwa can't speak Nzima. They're wanting them to pronounce 88,800 in Nzima. They can say so. I don't know whether that is right. But be that as it may, I will not invite them into unnecessary debate, and I'll proceed to make my own submission. Mr. Speaker, I can see my colleague Jomoro MP here. I don't know whether she would want to accept the challenge to pronounce 8,888 in Nzima, to let people who say she can't speak in Nzima put an end to that allegation immediately. Mr. Speaker, yes, Mr. Speaker, I just want for us to put a final rest to this matter. Mr. Speaker, I think she's ready to do that. Mr. Speaker, since she has declined the offer, the allegation remains that she can't speak in Nzima well. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about African unity. And, Mr. Speaker, if it's African unity...
Honorable Leader, hold on.
Very well, very well. I'm happy he wants to.
Honorable Minority Whip.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, this is a political house. So if any statement of this nature goes and it's not challenged, the people out there will take it, misconstrue it to be something. So, Speaker, Order 47 is clear. And the Honorable Leader knows very well that this house is English. And that is what you are doing. So to challenge somebody, do this and do this, Mr. Speaker, I don't want my member to be tempted. And I must take that responsibility. That here we speak English. Therefore, Order 47 should not be breached. And my honorable leader, you know very well.
Honorable member, it's okay. Honorable leader, may continue.
Mr. Speaker, today is our first day. We have to add some humor to begin the day. Mr. Speaker, the allegation is that the honorable member for Jomoro and honorable member for Lembele cannot, the two of them, the allegation is that they cannot pronounce 8,888 in Nzima. That is the allegation. And the honorable member for Jomoro is in the chamber. I don't know why Honorable Ahmed would want to speak for her. She can challenge the allegation herself. She has to
Honorable member, please. Honorable, hold on.
Mr. Speaker, it's okay.
Honorable leader, may you do away with some of these antis and move on, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. You are crying more than the bereaved. Mr. Speaker, today my colleague Okujeto Ablakwa has invited us to look at a serious matter, the future of our continent, and argue strongly on the theme, art, culture, and heritage. I don't believe in the blame game school of thought. I don't. The question is whether or not our own attitude can support the desired progress as a continent. I will not look for examples elsewhere. I would start examples from our... How do we react to the intervention point for the betterment of this country? Mr. Speaker, I am a private sector person. I've done private business all of my adult life. 2 years ago, I was in southern Spain, where a company that was about 70 years old was narrating to me its humble beginnings. This is what the MD told me, that his grandfather started a business with support from the Spanish government. His father took over. It was managed successfully, and it was And he was showing me all the machines that he had bought and the expansion there too. The issue here is that it was the government initiative that supported that business. And that business has grown, it's created jobs, and people are working, and they are exporting. And my colleague, Ahmed, talked about Barclays Bank and other indigenous institutions by certain countries that are doing well, referred to Bank of Baroda, India, and all that. The issue here is there is this attitude to get things done. But on the other side, the attitude to ensure success is not there. We must face the truth. So to me, all these arguments about imperialism and somebody conspired and whatnot, well, it may be true. But what has been our own attitude in response to these? Rawlings, as ambitious as he was, had a big dream for his country. But I had opportunity of interacting with him at a point in my political career. And I could see that the man was a disappointed man. Because perhaps he couldn't get the support of the masses to roll out his vision. Perhaps. If we should speak to each and every one of our living, surviving leaders, I'm sure they would have their own story to tell. Even us as MPs, who can share our experiences, how we intend well for our constituents, and how attitude, Mr. Speaker, destroyed such good intent. And Mr. Speaker, like I said, I won't go for examples elsewhere. I, at a point, gave out brand new BYD taxis to my constituents. Mr. Speaker, my expectation was that they will pay back and even in 3 years buy their own and become car owners. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, some of them, their cars are at the workshops and they are doing what they call driving spare. They are doing spare. I look at them. I say, you want money again? Mr. Speaker, Silver Star, Suzuki. I use my own asset to guarantee 30 Suzuki. Brand new. Work and pay. I've taken part of the cost. No interest. They didn't pay. They didn't pay. Who should start you to benefit? Many MPs have come out with a lot of initiatives. Agbo Motors in this country, government rolled out Agbo Motors to fishermen. Mr. Speaker, a fisherman will get an Agbo Motor from government, will not pay, but will be building his house. And when they hear that new Agbo Motors have come, they will have money for another deposit. Meanwhile, the first one, they won't pay. What happened to the Rawlings Poverty Alleviation Fund? They would take it, they won't pay. Kufuor came, the same Poverty Alleviation Fund. They didn't pay. Monies went to the informal private sector. It didn't happen. When they were sent to court, it became a political matter. Kufuor's Masrock, Ghanaians didn't pay. Mohammed's Masrock, Ghanaians didn't pay. Atamo's Masrock, Ghanaians didn't pay. And Akufo-Addo's Masrock, Ghanaians wouldn't pay. Yes, that is a reality. We have to fix this country. But we have to fix this country together. We must carry a new attitude as Ghanaians and work together. Else, if I tell Ahmed, I'll go and guarantee something for your consent, they will say, if they don't pay, because I'm a politician, it means I have to pay. Mr. Speaker, if we want to speak reality, we must be bold and speak reality. People who have benefited from government support for private sector, have they paid? Have they? the Ghanaian employee in the private sector who is working for Ghanaian, is he determined to give up his best or not? Mr. Speaker, because I'm a private sector person, I'm privy to certain things today. Mr. Speaker, would you believe that masons, carpenters, tailors are coming from Nigeria and Togo? You go to real estate site. I have colleagues who are into construction. Ask them. They say, our people, they will come to work. The next day they won't come. Me, I want my business. I've gone for a loan. So you have many people working, not getting the jobs. Mr. Speaker, this is something that must be discussed. It is a reality. The person is coming from Nigeria. He's getting mason work, carpentry work, tiling, Togo, tailors. Then, Mr. Speaker, you have somebody in the country, because of attitude, Mr. Speaker, are politicians being bold to tell their stories? Are we being bold to encourage our people to put up a new posture for the new vision of Africa? So, Mr. Speaker, it's a very serious matter. Money doesn't come from somewhere out of the blue. You must create wealth. Wealth creation is about hard work. Some German clients of mine, just about 3 days, they were telling me about the experience. Alex, we are Germans. We can drink and drink our beer. However, we know that by 6 a.m. the next day we have to be at work. If you don't go, you are in trouble. So that attitude is there. I'm enjoying, but I'm placing limitation to my pleasure and fun. Do we have the same posture? Someone says, with COVID complicating matters, the time has come for each and every one of us here in this chamber to begin a new sensitization. Get the support of the media. Work with stakeholders. Get the CSOs. Let us appreciate the fact that, look, there is a problem. There is an attitudinal problem. How we respond to economic growth. Not the civil service, the private sector inclusive. Everywhere. How we handle affairs, even in state institutions. We know it. That is a reality, Mr. Speaker. Continue and sustain it, Mr. Speaker. The new generation will adapt. But, Mr. Speaker, if we don't, we will continue the blame game. Somebody will go on social media and say, Mr. Politician, you are taking a four-wheel drive. You are taking S-Gracia. You are being paid so much. Do this. You are corrupt. Then the table will turn. When you come again, oh, you are corrupt. But then there is a problem there. Mr. Speaker, it's Okude Ablakwa has brought to our attention an important matter on this day. We've talked about after. It's here. The basic production line is agriculture. We are talking about processing. Government is talking about the Batampa initiative. I fear for the success of this, whether those who are going to benefit are really going to utilize these resources for the benefit of the economy, or that they will say that, oh, nobody can do anything to me. After all, if you are being prosecuted, a chief will come and say that, oh, if you are being prosecuted, it will be like, because you are an MPP, you are an NDC, oh, because you are related to NDC, that is why you are being counted. We have to process. There is COVID. No money is coming from anywhere. The basics that we have must be treasured. And you need little capital to do some of these processes. Nothing much. So, Mr. Speaker, the whole orientation drive must be seen as urgent. It is not something that will come by accident. And if we as politicians, we are not careful and we don't charge, should I say they will come after us? They've already. And at that point, there's nothing like NDC or MPP. So let us also begin to speak truth to the populace. They say speak truth to power, speak truth to the populace. I have not been bold to arrest my constituents who mismanaged the opportunities I gave them. So I am guilty. Because if I had prosecuted them, I'm sure I wouldn't have been here. Must it continue like that? Because they say MP should be at home. No party would want to be going around arresting people, punishing. We lack the authority to punish. Are we complicit or not? So, Mr. Speaker, the time has come. If we say we don't want our boys to go to Europe, in fact, now if you go to Europe, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. Then we must begin the house cleaning collectively, not NDC, not MPP. To conclude, looking at Ghana in absolute terms, we may say we have a lot of challenges that must be fixed, and rightly so. It must be. But in relative terms, Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, I got referral from a company in Cote d'Ivoire that wants to immediately come to Ghana because there's serious power crisis there. There's serious power to want to relocate. They want to come in here because they think Ghana is well endowed. The opportunities are here. By virtue of my membership with ECOWAS Parliament, I have had the privilege of traveling to some ECOWAS countries. Something you get there, you want to ask that, have you arrived? You want to ask. So we have gone far as a country, comparatively. However, we can do better. We can do better. If you look at Niger, if you look at Burkina, if you look at Mali, there are troubles there. But if we continue to look unwatched as political class, and we lack that courage to speak back to our people that, look, this is wrong, you are getting it wrong, it can't continue. It will get to a point, they will think that you are rather a bad leader, and you must go. And in going, it may not be as smooth as you want it. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank Mr. Blakwa for his courage, his choice of words, the research, all the issues he's brought afore. It is my that we take this very serious. After all, we all sprung from the same stock. We are partakers of the same nature and are sharers in the same hope. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for intervening and expunging.
Honourable Member, you've not been given the floor.
I want to just thank you. I'm just thanking you. And to say that I'm a proud Nzima, I speak the language, so is Honourable Afotofe. But I won't go into the direction you are going.
Honourable members, statement time has come to an end. Let me use the opportunity to thank all of you for your contribution. Leadership, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, we are entitled. This House at this moment is fully under your pleasure, as your will. So shall it be, Mr. Speaker.
Minority.
Mr. Speaker, the deputy majority leader is right. It's past 2 o'clock, so we are now your proposal.
When are you coming tomorrow? Honourable members, House is adjourned to tomorrow, 10 a.m.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
challenges I faced there a lot, but the one that really hurts me in my heart is I lost my dad. I lost my dad when I was about to complete JHS, and life from there was not easy for me. My father's family were those people who were very rich. As my father got, like when my father died, they started turning their back at us. They didn't even look at us. My father was having one or two properties, but they took all. They took all. We didn't have anything. The first day my mom saw me on stage on Day Trash, she called me, "Hello Ali." Then we go to Pemba. And do you know the most interesting part of this?
Wait, what's the way they go to Pemba?
They were calling me Honorable Ponching too much. Hey, Pusum Piyong. I was like, hey, Ali pa fine boy, and I'm going to see.
Sir, Shemima say she'll agree to marry you, but then no, she won't have sex with you until marriage. Would you allow that?
Question we are not them.
Are you a virgin?
Sano, me yare kakra. I say, "Ubu na wado na fever ne." I say, "Go home for." Look at the ne. If I don't call Papa or 21 do one on one of my Japan. And a mamma, I'm a man. Other man, young or dim you.
Me who Joe was says me war na me no.
Okay.
Na me nhia da. Ena me hu no ene so ade hu. Se ukunu nie.
Me nya be 23 more, 22 more. No, I'm share school now.
Okay.
From classes. I'm the mensa. And I draw. But we want to both hands. We want to use me back on so me draw fast.
Always, I appreciate it because how can someone paint with his mouth like M1?
We are celebrating our 22nd anniversary here at GhanaWeb, and of course we are bringing you another exciting, interesting and beautiful edition of Talkatainment today. My guest for today has been topical. He has been discussed all over social media and everywhere you can ever think of. If you want to know who this gentleman is, stick around. I am Elsie Lama.
This is my man.
Yo.
Yo,
Why you so bad?
It's how they feel.
Why they feel up?
Oh yeah, be cool.
Yeah.
Why you
Before you
think
vibe and everything.
Yeah, sure.
Charlie, you be the man.
Yes, today go where the shoe come.
Yeah, that's Ali from TV3's Date Rush, meeting one of our staff here at GhanaWeb TV who happens to be a fan, a serious fan, as you can see how they were exchanging pleasantries. Ali, you're welcome to Talkatainment.
Thank you so much.
Why didn't you come with Shemima? Where is she?
Oh, she said she's not well, so I can't force her to.
She said she's not
Yeah,
well.
she said she's not well. Yeah.
Okay. How is life with a big booty girl?
Oh, life is changing. Like things are moving on with us. That's what I would say.
So far?
I would say we are touching up. We are keeping things real for ourselves.
When you say you are keeping things real, what exactly do you mean?
Like we are vibing. Also, like how would I put it? The love is there.
Hey.
The love is there, sure. Odomi, let me see me done.
So all the rumors we are hearing about the two of you, Shemima said she called you and then a lady picked up. Shemima, sorry, called you and then a lady picked up warning her not to call you.
I earlier cleared that yeah, it was she was telling the truth. She wasn't lying, but it was a friend of mine who received the call. But she was complaining that the lady was threatening her to stay away from me, blah blah blah. Blah.
Why?
I don't know. I just don't know.
Is she just a friend?
She's just a friend.
Are you sure?
Sure. She just lives by, like, she stays around my house. So I was then busy. She was like, I'm very cool with her. So she was, sometimes when I'm busy, she received my calls for me.
Wow. Yeah. And then she told your date to stay away from you.
Yeah, that's what Shemima told me.
Okay, now let's go to Shemima.
Yeah.
When you come to Shemima too, there are rumors that she's married.
She's
and
not
that
married.
She has a child.
Yeah.
Did she tell you she had a baby, or you just found out?
I just found out after an interview done yesterday. I just found out she had a baby. She never
what
told
was your
me.
reaction?
I was so sad. I was so bad. I felt like why could she do this to me? She was supposed to tell me this after or even before she picked me on stage. She was supposed to tell me, say, "Oh, Ali, what's up? I have a kid." Would
that have been a turn off?
No, because she's like, I would say she's a beautiful girl. Like every guy is praying to go out with. So it wouldn't be a turn off for me. I will still go for her. No, let me say she picked me, right? She picked me because we were 10 guys lined up. I didn't expect even this coming. I was shocked by then.
Ali, we know you to be Ali with this shades. This is your signature shades.
Yeah, my
But
trademark.
I want you to take it off right now. I want your fans to see your face. Oh. You actually look different with the shades on.
Exactly.
Here gives good boy vibes. So when you wear the shades, you look like Busum Piyon.
Can I put it on?
Oh,
that's my trademark. I can't stay
okay.
without.
Yeah, you can
sure.
put it on.
Thank you.
So, have you been to each other's home yet?
Yeah, she visited me once, and I also visited her once.
Any naughty move? I'm listening. Talk to me.
Oh, nothing happened. Nothing.
No, I don't believe. Not even trying to kiss, touch.
Oh, for the touching there, it's obvious.
Hey!
But like kiss, touching it, obvious. Definitely, I will be by her side.
Hey,
master. Now it's obvious. Everybody will say it's obvious. For that one, the key, yeah, sure. The touching there we did, but before that, no, nothing. That's all.
How is she responding to you? Is she the same Shemima you met on stage? Is the excitement the same?
I will say, I don't think the excitement is still the same, because I will say she changes. Like she changes as time goes on. She changes, but she claims she loved me. That's what she claims, she loved me, and I also do. But she has been changing like gradually. I don't get some of her moves now. Yeah.
So you keep saying she claims.
Yeah, she claims.
Is it that you don't believe that she loves you?
I believe her, but I'm knowing, like, I believe her, and how do I even put this? I believe her that she loves me.
What's that attitude?
Like, any my attitude, like any attitude way, but sometimes no. With the vibe, no. Sometimes like, obia person kind like on person she doesn't want to accept what I will tell her. Maybe on person so like we've been arguing sometimes. That's what I would say.
Okay, so the whole incident on Sunday, did you see it coming?
I swear to God, I didn't see it coming. I at that moment, let me say I was shivering. I was speechless. I didn't see it come because I was like, this Tundra, she's not my type. Like me, I wanted to off my rash for the first profile video. But that day, I didn't know what. Maybe Holy Ghost came to talk to me that, oh Ali, today dear, so I was like, let me check, let me wait for this girl and see the outcome. So I was like, let me try. I was trying my best because I've been up every day. There are those who've been coming, like I don't like them, their vibe, and so I'll off my rash. I don't want someone to off my rash. I'll better do it myself.
You were intimidated by her looks, by her sight?
Yeah, sure.
How was that? What about her intimidated you the more?
For me, I was like, this girl, seriously, she won't pick me.
Why?
Because with her looks, her body size, her shape, Hey, it's one of the. I was like, I'm slim. I'm this slim guy. So how could she choose me? I wasn't myself by then. But
doesn't mean you can't handle her.
Oh, for the handling, I can. I'm a man. Why not?
So why were you intimidated in the first place? You don't believe in yourself that you are worthy.
I wasn't believing myself by then because I said I needed a slim shady girl, and this one I say I promise so.
How did you feel when she chose you?
I felt like I was in heaven. Let me see. I felt like I was in heaven by then. I was like, oh gosh, hey, miss me in the I was like, hey, miso, because for me, people were mocking at me every time. The comments, God will judge you, never get a date. People were intimidating me every day, here and day in day out. On the comments come in there, they will be like, Ali, you didn't get dates. So on stage, my fellow contestants were like, what did they come do for here? This your shit. They were calling me honorable punching too much. Hey, Pusum Piyong. I was like, hey, Ali, fine boy, and I'm going to see.
Don't you think it's the shades that is making you look that way? Because when you take it off, you actually look good.
Nice. The shade too is my brand. I can't stay without it. And then me trademark.
Is the person you are on Date Rush the real you?
Yes, I'm Ali. That's me. That's me. I'm Ali. I'm myself.
The same Ali in real life.
The same Ali. That's
and it's
me.
not scripted.
Nothing. There's nothing scripted about this. Nothing. Not at all.
And that you and Shamima on stage was not staged?
Never.
Because
I didn't even know.
You brought her to come and choose you.
I never knew her from anywhere. Like I've never even set my eyes on her before, since I was born. I've never seen Shamima in my life. It was on stage. Before we go on stage, we ourselves, we don't see them. We the contestants. They are like, where they do their makeup is a different place from where we also change ourselves and change our costumes. So we don't meet. We only meet the moment it's live, the moment they start shooting. That's where we meet. We never know each other. I never knew Shamima from anywhere.
But have you asked her what she saw in you before picking you?
I've tried several, for couples of times to ask her that what did she see in me to make her choose me. But all the answers she has been giving me doesn't move me. I was like, this girl, I don't know. She doesn't give me, let me see, the right. She'll be like, oh Ali, I love you. Then she'll cut it off. Ali, I said I love you. That's all. That's what she has been telling me. She said if I said that I don't love her, because she's really in love and she me cost about for my she's not leaving me.
What happened on your first date when she came over to your house?
Oh, we had fun.
When you say fun, what does it mean?
It entails a lot. Yeah,
Tell me some.
Your
fans want to know.
The fans want to know, right? Oh, the Coachella Kakra. We went out a call 1 or 2 pub area, a nice pub. And yeah, we went there. After the place, we went for a pool. We went to bath. I'm not gonna say pool.
Pool. You went inside the water?
Do
you have pictures of that?
No. Why?
You didn't take pictures?
I didn't take pictures.
Why?
No, for that one, the privacy, our personal matter. So that one, we didn't want it to come on air. We didn't want it to come on air, sure. So
and you were officiating in the pool?
Everything was going on.
And you told me you didn't kiss her?
No, I didn't kiss her. No, say kissing there, there's difference between kiss and peg. For peg there, my man will be brave, but kissing there, me trans.
You're taking your time.
Yeah, I'm taking my time. I'm just observing things.
What about her?
I would say Shamima, I can't figure out the one thing I don't like about her. Because she's just exceptional. She's respectful. She knows how to talk. She doesn't easily get angry. Yeah. So I've not gotten any faults in her that I would say I don't like about her for now.
Are you sure about that?
Sure.
So far you haven't seen anything that has put you off? Because in the beginning you made mention that
She was giving you attitude, like a bit of mood swings here and there. You know, today she's like this, tomorrow she's like that. Don't you think it's something that would be a hindrance to your relationship?
I don't think so. I don't think so, because as I said, I love her and she also loved me.
Wow, you love her already. That's a strong word.
Netunitiana. She's, in fact, she's a beautiful girl.
Have you met her child? Okay,
Never.
You said you just found out.
Yeah, I just found out.
So are you planning on meeting him or her?
See my step, what's one?
Boy or girl?
Boy, 6 years.
Oh. Are you planning to get married to her?
Maybe in a year or two, if we settle down, we will get married. But for now,
love one thing.
For now, we are checking things like it will move on.
So what's up with you, Ali? I see you've been busy since last Sunday. How are you handling the fame?
I would say it's not easy.
Because you've been all over the place. Social media. On every set, I think now, I say, hottest man. And then crowd my frost. He was late for my show today, actually. Inti, how are you handling the fame?
I would say it's not easy though. I didn't see this coming, not at all. I was a bit moody when I saw this coming. I was like, hey, Ali, I can go anywhere. I can go anywhere in our area, like everywhere, like any part of Ghana. I move freely. For now, the pressure on me, I just can't live that normal life I was used to have. So I'm beginning to be frustrated though. I'm a bit nervous about this.
What are you going to miss most on Day Trash now that you are no longer there?
Oh, I'll miss Giovanni. Yeah, I will say Giovanni. He has been mocking me on stage, worrying me on stage, this and that. Ali. When he mentioned my name on stage, I'll shiver. I was like, hey Giovanni. I'll tell myself, but I'll take it cool. Yeah, I'll take it cool.
On that cool note, let's take a breather. When we come back, we'll delve more into Ali and his personal life and a lot of things that you'd want to find out. Stay tuned.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. If you just tuned in, you are watching Talk Entertainment, and Ali of TV3's Date Rush fame is here with us. Ali, there have been rumors or notions, popular notions, that you guys go behind or back door to corner the girls and take their numbers. Those who do not have a date yet.
Yeah, those who do not have a date yet. Oh, I would say, for me, I don't do that. But it happens. Yeah, it happens. Some people do. Even those who even had dates, some of the one or two boys have been going back doors and taking their numbers. Maybe, for instance, I had Shamima as a date. Some of the guys on stage, you know, they'll be going back doors and asking for her number.
So they are dating themselves back doors?
I don't know. So far as the person didn't pick you on stage, it's obvious that the person didn't wanted you. But they would just behind stage and they will be picking numbers, give me your number, let's vibe, oh, I'll connect you to this. So lies, so many lies.
Before this rush, what was Ali doing? What was Ali up to?
Oh, I was a video vixen, a commercial model as well. And I do sell clothes and sneakers with a brother. Yeah, that's what I do for a living.
What's your most famous work as an actor?
Oh, I would say my most famous work as an actor is this movie, 95 the movie. It went viral. It starred the likes of Aditya and Fifi Coleman. Yeah, Fifi Coleman, Rabbi Bray, and others.
What role did you play in there?
I played the role of a Nima guy. I mean, like, yeah, a Nima boy, and I played a supporting character in the movie. Yeah, recently, what's the name? These people, France, what's plane airlines have started showing it in their airplanes. Yeah, the title is 95 the movie, a Kofi Che film. Kofi Che.
Are you a virgin?
No.
When did you break your virginity?
Oh. Yes now. I'll say yes now.
And when exactly?
Since I was, let me say, JHS. No, what JHS? No, yeah, JHS. I broke my virginity when I was in JHS.
Do you still talk to her? That particular girl you broke your virginity?
I don't know where she is now.
We see macho. Can you just tell us about your previous relationship and how it went?
I would say my previous relationship was total hell for me, because the girl she has been demanding every day, day in, day out. And she wants to buy a wig, she'll call me, Nils, Ali, everything. She wants to, she has putting the whole burden on me. Everything. At least sometimes in a while you can do something for yourself. But this girl will be like, everything, Ali, I'm going for this, please send me this, I'm going for this. So I got fed up. Though I'm the man, I'm the head of the family, though. I'm supposed to
Which
do...
family?
Oh, it's in the family. Yeah, they tell me I'm the head of the family. But it was too much, like, consistent. It was becoming consistently. And I told her, like, let's break up. So she saw me on date trash. She started texting me. Hey, she was like,
Which other girl has texted you? How many girls since you became popular on date trash? All your exes, are they coming back?
Wait, no, the number is there, chow. The DM there, my DM there, I can't. Plenty. And these exes, then that's whatever. Hey, I feel there, what's up? I feel this. Things. So as almost a thing say because of things are moving, or they want to come and pay.
So let's move from the exes and come into the movie industry. Yeah. I'm sure there are people that are proud to you being popular now. They were turning you off, turning you down, and all that. What's the experience now with them?
Now the experience is, let me say, it's superb now, because those times I'll be texting them, blah blah blah. They don't even reply me. Sometimes they'll give me below text. Sometimes I call them, WhatsApp, and they say link me up. I hear. They will not even ask they won't even get back to me. But these days, the chats from my social media handles and the calls I've been receiving, those who turned their back on me for so many years are now those texting me. Like, Vibe, Ali, what's up? I'm happy for you. Even today, when I was coming, one actor called me. I don't want to mention his name. No, I can't. one superstar called me. A Kumasi actor called me. A superstar Pine Kumasi called me.
Clue.
No, I don't want to mention his name.
Slim or fat?
When I describe the person, you know. So I don't want to even do that.
You are doing like this. You are giving us clue.
No.
Should I guess?
Guess.
You are doing like this.
Guess.
Is it male or female?
No. When I come to that, so they are proud of me. They are now attending to me. Like mommy links. Like when they go on set they call me to Ali, what's up? You are now the hot kick. So what's up? Let's link up. Let's go out. Sometimes, though so far as you are in the industry, you will encounter so many problems. Sometimes maybe you'll be on set, the number of days they will give you will be it will be higher. 1 week and later it will be 2 weeks. Definitely you are an actor. Sometimes you like, let me say, financial problem may come. Maybe you are on set, hello, what's up? I need something. I need this. Maybe I'm on set. the person will never mind you. But these days, I'm seeing there are those calling me, say if I need help, anything about, like if I want to grow my brand, I shouldn't hesitate to call them.
Ali, I'm sure proud to you becoming popular and you being on Trash and all that. You have been through serious life struggles. Of course, everybody have been there. Exactly. Can you tell us about some of your deepest struggles? It might inspire some of your fans.
I would say when the challenges I faced, there are a lot, but the one that really hurts me in my heart is I lost my dad. I lost my dad when I was about to complete JHS, and life from there was not easy for me. My mom was a single mom though. We were only two. We were four, and two died. So left my sister and I. My sister is the eldest, and I'm the third born. So life became so difficult for my mom and I and my sister as well. So from there, before I would go to SHS, it wasn't easy. It was my mom, my mother. She struggled because before my father would die, my father made sure that she opened a small, let me say, a small scale business, a small supermarket, provisions. So my mom was selling that kakan, not in school. Like she was able to like cater for me to complete senior high school. With that, it wasn't easy. Sometimes when I was in school, what to even eat, sometimes I'll be calling mom, I don't have money. She was like, Ali, your father is no more. And you know, one sad thing about this, my father's family were those people who were very rich. As my father got, like when my father died, they started turning their back at us. They didn't even look at us. My father was having one or two properties, but they took all. We didn't have anything. So life from SHS, life became so hard. I started acting not now. I started since since my infancy. So I was going for 1 or 2 rehearsals. With that, my father like this, he wasn't accepting it at all. He told me that if I don't stop it, like I shouldn't call him my dad again. My mom too. They were like, I was a Muslim and I don't need to go into this acting move. I should just look for a different job. But because God gave me the talent, I didn't stop. I was still pursuing my dream. I was going on. It wasn't easy. If you don't have money, you know, Ghanaian in this our country, when you have money, is there. When you go on set and you have money, that's where you get a good role. Yeah. That's when say directors know what's up, then you saw them. But if you don't have money, sometimes sometimes they will promise you to give you a role, but you end up picking people's staffs on set. Best was song is you. My brain mangasa. So many problems. My brain mangasa. Seriously, it wasn't easy for me, not at all.
So where do you see yourself in the movie industry in the next 5 years?
I see myself to be a great legend in the 5 years to come. That's what I think. That's me. And I pray God do something about it for me.
Ali, what's the response like from your family? Are they happy with what you're doing?
Up till now, some are not happier. Let me see, some of my uncles are not even they are not talking to me up till now. They've been watching my stage, or they'll be like, hey Ali. So the first day my mom saw me on stage on Day Trash, she called me, hello Ali. Then and do you know the most interesting part of this?
Wait, what's the
You know the most interesting part of it? She was like, we are in the month of Ramadan. They started airing my episode in the holy month of Ramadan. So they thought it was live. So the calls like, Ali, why? How could you? You are in the month of Ramadan. They didn't know that maybe it wasn't live. So the calls were, Ali, Aden, what's up? Why? What Aden? Why would you? My friends, they were like, Ali, what's up? So the fasting, why? I don't know fasting. They were asking me, am I not fasting? And I was like, oh, I fast. I pray 5 times daily.
So since you are saying that the scenes have been recorded as in data, so it means that you have known Shemima, not now. How long have you two known each other?
No.
On the show.
Like before the show, I don't know her. We never met. Before the show, I don't know her unless on stage. As when we start shooting.
Okay, let me put it this way. How long have you known Shemima after the Day Trash show?
After the Day Trash, let me see. Let me see 2 months now. 2 months now, yeah.
You are making us feel like you guys just met. Hey, what do you mean?
Oh, and Jimmy Moore.
So did you
it's not
really...
the fact that it's not live in Chelsea, Jimmy Moore. And you're live, and Obiani saying you're live. It's a pre-record thing. A pre-record thing.
But did you go on Day Trash with the sole motive of finding love, or you went there to seek fame, or you went there to shop the girls?
Girls need the film. I went there for, let me say, to seek for love. Yeah, I went there to seek for love.
What's your love language?
Oh, me, I speak Chi, fancy.
What is your love language?
How? I don't get you. Are you breaking it down, mommy?
And then now, Obaya, yeah.
Then Obaya manage.
Yeah, Mao when you like.
Okay, come here, like, you know, I'm just me probably have a chrono, this pampering and a little bit of cuddling and styles.
Ali, what puts you off?
When it says bad things about me, it puts me off. Now,
in a relationship.
In a relationship. When the moment you be demanding, every day demanding, it will put me off. I'll think that maybe it just came in for my money. It's kind of so I think it's not easy though. Though Berman, you are responsible to do, like you are responsible for that. But it shouldn't be too much, it shouldn't be over. But when it is over and I'll get pissed off. Make us say, oh, let's cut. Me and make us say, oh, let's break up.
Say, Shemima say she'll agree to marry you. But then no, she won't have sex with you until marriage. Would you allow that?
Question when I know them. It's a hard question though, but I'll try my best to answer. Oh, I wouldn't agree on that. Never.
What will you do if all of a sudden Shemima changes her mind about you? Will you try to win her back?
I will try my best to win her back, but if it doesn't happen for us to maybe date, maybe it wasn't meant to be.
Which female celebrity would you not mind dating?
The female celebrity I will call is this question. Wendy Shea.
Why Wendy Shea?
I like everything about her. I like her brand. I like how she lives her life.
Because she's gangster like you.
No, I just like Wendy Shea. That's all. Wendy Shea, my number one fan.
Okay, number one fan, Ampa. Please tell your fans your last words.
Oh, okay. I'll tell all my fans to keep supporting Ali, Day Trash. Keep support the brand. The brand is solid. It's unique. You know what I'm saying? You just have to follow all my social media platforms. I'm on IG at Ali_Day Trash, Twitter Ali Day Trash 2021, Facebook Ali Day Trash, YouTube Youngest Celebrity GH. I love you all. Thank you.
Of course, let's support Ali. Let's help push his brand. Now, Abrache. Of course, yeah. So, finally, we've come to an end of this edition of Talkatainment. And, yeah, we promised you a good show and that we have delivered. We hope to come your way another time with a much more interesting one. Till then, stay safe.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Sano, me yare kakra. I say, "Ubu na awado na fever ne." I say, "Go home for." Look at the ne. Ni efanan ko papa yo tonton ado na. On one marry ya pande. And na mama ye amama me ye mre no. Adaman me nya hodin bio.
Me hu jo wo say me war na me nim no. Okay. Na me hia ne da. Na me hu no eni so ade hu. Se ukunu nie.
Ni nya be 23 more, 22 more. No, I'm share school now.
Okay.
From classes. I'm the mensa. And I draw. But we want to both hands. We want some music back on so many draw fast.
Always, I appreciate it because how can someone paint with his mouth like M1?